a crazy day. Don't know if anybody of you follows me on Twitter, but I nearly got my Facebook page hacked. Just really, really lovely. And as a result, I had to change a bunch of passwords and make sure everything worked. So before I had my streaming machine all connecting to everything again, it took me a few minutes to get everything up and running. So yes, welcome everybody to another stream. It's number 13. I hope that's going to be lucky 13. We'll see. It has been a crazy, crazy week. With actually quite a few bits of news. One of which I have up and running on my desktop right now. I just wanted to just spend a few minutes on this. This is still very, 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 very early work. People will recognize this as my beautiful little, really crappy test scene that I've got in most of my plugins. This is the OpenXR plugin. Many thanks to Christopher Haaks, who did all the groundwork for this. He is one of the people who works on OpenHMD and works on Monado. I think it's Monado. I always mix those names up for some reason. Of course, the Monado being the big OpenXR driver suite on Linux, open source driver suite on Linux. That brings OpenXR support to Linux for a whole bunch of headsets. Interesting enough, Godot, together with the OpenXR driver that Christoph built, showcased that at GDC last year before our friendly pandemic started. But only on Linux. Now, Christoph has been working on and off on this driver for the past year or so to get some of the basic logic in, but it's all pretty straightforward stuff just to get everything up and running that he needed. So I have been looking into getting it up and running on Windows and finally succeeded in that on Saturday. Still, this is probably about, 20% of where it needs to be. There's a lot of work still involved in perfecting it. But I did want to just quickly show it working. Let me actually turn one of the controllers off. This is going to be a bit of a laugh. On. So one of my index controllers. And let's run this thing. Hi, Jan. How you going? You are coming. Okay. Hopefully you won't miss anything. So yeah, you can see that the headset tracking works. The positional tracking works as well. I can go up and down. My tracking for my controller. My controller is a beautiful block. Hey, it's a start, right? So, but it works. It tracks the controller, and as far as I'm aware, it tracks or it reacts on some of the buttons. But that's one of the areas that we have a lot of work to do. So yeah, I don't know if that shows on camera, but it is rendering inside the headset. It's all up and running. It is working. It's a start. So I just wanted to quickly just show that because I thought it was a really nice little milestone. The other thing that that is starting to get some traction is the AR Core plugin. So AR Core has been a little bit of a forgotten thing that I've worked on. I think it was almost 2 years ago that I built the original AR Core and AR Kit implementation. Now AR Kit has been merged into Godot and is up and running. It is mostly the AR Kit 1.0 spec with a little bit of a 2.0 spec mixed in. I think AR Kit is now on 3, heading towards 4. So that really could use some TLC. But it's I'm mostly focusing on VR, so it's lagging behind a little bit. AR Core, we got almost parity with the AR Kit implementation. So that basically did everything that AR Kit 1 did. But we ran into a bit of a snag because AR Core requires the AR Core libraries of Google to be embedded in the application that you upload to your phone. The problem with that being is that the moment that's in your project becomes an AR core project. So in the solution that we had, we ran into the situation that the only games that Godot could make were AR core games, which I think a lot of people would not be happy about. It's an understatement, I think. Hi, Eduardo. Good morning. Well, good evening for me, but good morning for you. So anyway, the big problem that we had there was that we couldn't merge it in, because the moment that we merged that logic in, we would back ourselves into a corner. Now, luckily, Fredia, who has been has kind of taken over the maintenance of the Quest plugin, he came to the rescue because he, together with Jean, they worked on a new way to do Android plugins to deal with specifically those sorts of situations where you need to bring in either third-party libraries like the Quest library, or first-party library like the AR Core library, but want to make that an optional thing. They made that possible. It is. I'm not going to run through it, but it's all around this install Android build template, where we're not using the pre-built APK that makes it so nice and easy to deploy Android applications from Godot, but it actually creates a build environment within your project with the base libraries of Godot in there, and it will actually compile everything into a new APK with whatever custom settings that you need to add in. So that allows you to do this thing, but it means that we have quite a bit more complex of a deployment to set up, which also means that my video that I did on the Quest about half a year ago is now outdated. So I need to make a new one with this new approach, and I plan to do that relatively soon, because that's that version is now officially available for the Quest. So once I've got everything from ARKit up and running, I will be doing some videos on those subjects. So the AR Core one is nearly up and running. So Fredia did all the work of porting my work into a plugin. But he doesn't have the tool set to actually test it. So I'm testing through his work and tweaking the stuff that he's done. And hopefully we will have a working plugin. And the nice thing about the fact that the AR Core is now a plugin instead of embedded into the core is that once we have a few little bits merged into, which will probably merge into 3.2.3. That depends a little bit of whether we make the cutoff date for 3.2.3. Else it's going to be in 3.2.4. Once that's merged in, that means that the rest of the development of AR Core can focus on the plugin, and we can maintain a separate release cycle for that from the Godot core engine. So hopefully that will mean that we can actually focus on that a bit, and hopefully bring in some other interested people who can help out with that, and we'll soon have hopefully AR Core supports properly working in Godot. So fingers crossed on that one, that we don't run into any problems there. Hi Vishal, thank you. Well, we try. My biggest problem at this point in time is that I am involved in too many things. So I'm trying to focus on specifics, and probably for me, the focus for the near future is hopefully going to be OpenXR. That's actually the one that I'm most excited about, because if there is good adoption in the industry, there is a good chance that OpenXR will become the leading plugin for Godot, and we will slowly start making sure that becomes the fully featured one, and we don't really need the other ones anymore. Especially now that Oculus has got their OpenXR beta drivers out, and Valve has got it as part of Steam VR now. It really looks like it's a solid base to build on, and something that fits the approach Godot has a lot better as well, where you take the complexity out of the hands of the developer and just say, here's an API to talk to. Doesn't really matter which headset is behind it, as long as you follow a couple of guidelines, your game will work on that platform regardless. There's a few little nitbits there, especially differences between controllers, but OpenXR does that really nicely, and I'm looking forward to putting sinking my teeth into that and figuring it out and seeing how best we can adopt that for Godot. I do think, seeing the timeline that we're in right now, a lot of those improvements and support for a more unified way to work with controllers, for instance, that's probably going to become a Godot 4 thing. Because that's going to require core changes, and basically we don't allow those anymore in Godot 3. I do hope that we'll have the basic OpenXR driver, or at least the prototype one, running in Godot 3 on Windows with enough features that you can actually use it. I think I said it last week. I have the intention at this point in time to actually start using the OpenXR plugin for my space game. So once it does enough, because again, I don't need controllers there, right? So I've got my joystick, so I don't really care about that point as long as I can render. Probably even with what it does right now, I could already replace the OpenVR driver with the OpenXR driver, and it will probably work fine. So I might end up doing that in the not too distant future. But I want to make sure it's all stable first. So. Hi, Davies. I'm not sure what the hand means. You want me to stop? Hope not. Okay. So, yeah, I just wanted to give that quick introduction in the fact that we have we have OpenXR in basics working on Windows. There's still a lot of stuff to figure out. Still a lot of things to fix. A lot of things impact the Linux build as well. I'm not sure if we're going to have a macOS build of OpenXR. I'm not even sure if OpenXR currently works on macOS. I'm not even sure if Apple is at all involved with OpenXR. I would be very surprised if OpenXR would run at some point within the iOS ecosystem. It would be very nice because OpenXR also supports AR. So that is also going to be something that we will be looking at in the future. And we will see who, what devices will step on that first. But for Oculus Quest, Oculus Rift S, all the Microsoft was the first to the table with OpenXR support on Windows, which was really really cool. And that's one thing that I'm really looking forward to as well. Is, if I understand correctly, I haven't got one, so I can't test. But if I understand correctly, OpenXR runs on the HoloLens. Now, the problem that we've had in the past with HoloLens, and it might be interesting to quickly touch on that before we go back into our space game. The problem that we've had with HoloLens, because we did look into getting Godot to run on the HoloLens 1, it's basically twofold. The first is that the HoloLens runs universal Windows platform, UEP, just like the Xbox does. Now, Godot runs on that, right? That's why you can deploy Godot games on Xbox. In the same way, you can actually run Godot games on the HoloLens, and we've actually had that working. One of my friends who looked into that, one of my online friends in Germany, he looked into that, and he actually had Godot running on the HoloLens, but as a window, as a 2D window projected in space, not as an actual actual stereoscopic 3D environment. The second problem that we have is that the HoloLens 1 natively just supports DirectX, and Godot is an OpenGL engine right now. We're obviously in Godot 4, we're moving to Vulkan, but both of those are dismally supported. Is that the right word? I'm not sure. On the HoloLens 1. Now, just like we do with our deployment to the Xbox, because Xbox has the same problem, right? Xbox only supports a variant of DirectX for game development. It doesn't actually natively support OpenGL. You cannot run OpenGL applications on the Xbox. What you can do is use this library called Angle. And Angle basically is a compatibility layer that translates your OpenGL calls to a DirectX implementation. Just like Molten VK translates Vulkan to Metal so that you can run it on iPhones and iPads. The problem is that the HoloLens support for Angle, I think the last check-in for changes was in 2015. You can't even compile it on the most modern Visual Studio C compilers. So we had a hell of a time getting that to work, and eventually gave up. In part because I think Microsoft kind of recognizes this well, because obviously they had the whole MR ecosystem that they wanted people to work on as a start to get your software ready, and then you could go to the more expensive HoloLens. And obviously with now Steam VR support and everything like that, I don't think there's a whole bunch of native games running on the Microsoft ecosystem. They're all running through through OpenVR, or now through OpenXR. I think the fact that Microsoft was very early with releasing their OpenXR implementation for the MR ecosystem is telltale that they wanted to actually move away from that. Now again, I don't know how good that supports OpenGL and Vulkan. I'm assuming on the desktop it just does, because it's part of the OpenXR spec. I don't know what it does on the HoloLens. I have no idea. I don't have one. I wish I had one, but I don't. But it is exciting, the fact that this is supposedly the direction that they're taking. It opens up the door of having Godot run on the HoloLens, which would be really amazing if we could get it. And I think that would be that would really start getting people interested in using Godot for AR. I think right now there just isn't. There's interest in using Godot for VR. There's quite a lot of people now on Discord who are using Godot for VR, but AR is still. There's just not enough people working on it. So hopefully that'll change. I really do hope that with OpenXR, and if we can get the OpenXR support right, we will attract that. Hey Bailey, how are you? Oh, cool. Yeah, Apple does not support OpenXR. And yeah, OpenXR was indeed developed on Linux, and that's actually that's one of the coolest things that. I'm surprised by how many of the people who are closely involved with OpenXR are all working on Linux. Obviously, it's not a secret, I think, that Valve is quite involved when it comes to Linux, and obviously they've been quite involved with. Hold on, let me just adjust this a bit. With OpenXR, but even the guys on the Oculus side. So from what I understand, anyway, I think I've spoken to one or two. Indirectly or as part of some of the meetings that I've been invited in. I'm not involved with OpenXR whatsoever. Wouldn't mind, it would be cool if I and it is possible that eventually, if Godot adapts OpenXR, we have had talks with people who are around that. So who knows? It would be cool if we could get involved with that as well. But we can dream. It's something we're going. Howdy Clint, what's up? Hope that you're catching up a bit on the news that I've been talking about for the last couple of minutes. Lots of stuff are up. OpenXR is up. That's probably the biggest one. Interestingly enough, I'm stuck on Windows, and I think VR is a big part of that. Obviously for my work, I do a lot of Apple stuff. I've been a big fan of Apple for years. Not anymore. It's fading. Let's say it that way. I'm not liking the direction that Apple has been taken, and that's nothing to do with the fact that they seem too strict in certain things. I understand a lot of the decisions that Apple has made, and some of them are sour, some of them are really good. I do think that they tend to have the interest of consumers in mind. I don't think they're out there to do evil, so to speak, to abuse someone else's slogan. But I don't agree with the way that they treat developers and how they organize the App Store. But for me, the biggest issue, because I don't really care that much about mobile as far as my daily work is concerned. We write desktop applications. But on the desktop, macOS has always been a really cool operating system. But the latest versions, they're trying to lock it down in the same way that they've locked down iOS, and that's really hurting traditional developers and long-established developers, because we don't target the consumer market. We don't target deploying our applications on the App Store. So we don't care about any of those rules because, business applications, you sell directly to businesses. But we still have to play by those rules that don't really agree with what it is that we're doing and the environments that we're working in. So that's something that as a professional, I'm not happy about. And on a personal level, I don't know. I'm still running 10.14, and I would be running 10.13 if I had a choice. I didn't. I had to go to 10.14 for some of the development that we did. I don't like 10.15. I have no interest in going to 10.15 until someone puts a gun to my head, and eventually Apple will put that gun to my head, and that's the only reason I will go to 10.15 is because I don't have a choice. At the same time, we actually don't have a choice to get to 10.15 because half of our clients are still, we're still supporting 10-year-old software. We still have clients out there in businesses who are still running on 10-year-old Macs with 10.11, 10.12 on it, and our software still needs to run on that. And our software is now catered to newer things, or has to be, because else you can't compile stuff. So that is something where me and Apple have drifted apart a little bit when it comes to my professional life. I still have an iPhone. I'm still on Team iPhone, but yeah, I have some questions about whether. Well, I don't have questions about what Apple does. I think I get why they do what they're doing, even if I don't agree with it. But for business software, my hat on as a developer of business software, they're doing a lot of things that are hurting our environment, our ability to service our clients, and that's moving us away from them. So we're moving more to web development and deploying more through the web, and basically bypassing the whole Apple ecosystem as a result. And I think a lot of people in our business are doing that exactly for that reason. And I don't think that's to the benefit of Apple. I think they either they don't care about business software anymore and they're happy for Microsoft to take that over. Or because Microsoft has always been king in that area, so maybe they just don't want to compete there anymore and just focus on consumers. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, enough ranting about Apple. We are here for Godot and VR, not for Apple. But yeah, no. So I moved to Windows for my personal stuff because for the longest time that was the only thing that you could do VR on. Oculus kind of let their Linux support go. Valve's been, they've stayed and tried to make Linux work, but from my perspective, having to implement VR into Godot and make sure that it works on all platforms, that was a handicap. So I'm still working on Windows. I do play around a bit with Linux, but at some point I might switch. I'm not sure. I tried a few times to have a second machine running in Linux just to get the experience. But when you can switch back to what you're used to, it's hard to try something new. It's too easy to switch back to the machine that you're quick on. So who knows? But I do like it. For everything that I've done so far with Linux, it's more the fact that I've got everything running on my Windows PC that's stopping me from switching over. Yeah, I'm using Vue at work for front end, and we're actually using Rust as a back end, which is really cool. I really enjoy that toolset. Rust is, for that sort of stuff, is absolutely crazily good. That's where I spend 90% of my time. I'm not much of a front end developer. It's not really my thing. I do it because I have to. But luckily, I've got a couple of colleagues who are getting better and better at that as well, and I can focus on the databases and on the back end, and that's really my specialty. And just the general design of the application that we're building, and slowly handing over the front end developer to people who have a better eye for quality, or quality is not the right word, for design, I guess, than I have, which is cool. Anyway, let's get into actually VR. Let's go back to our project list. So yeah, there's my AR core test. So yeah, I'm still working on my object interaction stuff. I just keep getting distracted by all these other things, like we're gonna open XR for a few days and on AR Core for a day or two. Well, a night or two, because I only have my nights to work on this stuff. So yeah, let's go back to where we were. And again, as a result, I haven't done much on this during the week, which I'm actually a little bit upset about. I really wanted to take a day or two, or a night or two, to work on the space game and sort of polish up all the stuff that we have been working on stream, because I just don't think that is interesting to do on stream. It just, you just see me playing around with the things that we've already discussed and already handled, just to see what's better or what we can do differently. So the thing that I was actually thinking about for tonight, just to make a start on, right now when we start the game, we get thrown straight into our level, so to speak. And the idea has always been that the player actually starts on the inside of the carrier, and that the whole story development kind of plays around there, and that you can maneuver through the carrier and interact with people and all that sort of stuff. Now that's a really big task, right? That's it's going to take us weeks to get to a point where all those elements, well, not weeks, months, before all those elements are implemented. But I wanted to put some framework stuff in place, so that when we start the game, we're actually in just a placeholder scene for our carrier. We'll start working on the mechanism that you can go from one room to the other. Again, this is designed to basically be a 3DoF game. We have 6DoF tracking, so that if you move your head, we get the correct effect. But I'm not designing this to actually move around the carrier with teleporting or any sort of locomotion. It's all going to be gaze-based. You look at a door, the door opens, and you then can click to go into the room that a door takes you to. I might add full locomotion support to that at some point. But the thing that I have against that, where I'm not sure whether I want to do that, is that when you start your mission, all of a sudden you have to go from your standing position to sitting down, because now suddenly you're inside of your cockpit. And I think that can be jarring, especially when you've got a headset on and you might not even know where your chair is. Plus that if you're walking around and your chair's in the way, you'll trip over your chair. So my initial goal for this is really to make it a 3DoF experience with just the 6DoF parts, just the positional tracking, so that you don't get you can move your head around to sort of look around things, and you get that proper tracking sensation. But it's probably better to say it's a sit-down experience, and we're going to build the carrier environment as a result. It also means that we're not going to use the player's height. We are going to use the center on HMD functionality to center our origin point on where our camera is, and then track in relationship to that starting point. The linked did not work. Which link did not work? I'm not sure what you mean, Bailey, by the linked did not work. Let me know if there's a problem with the stream, or is it just something that you tried to open. I hope I didn't copy the wrong link to the video in Twitter or something. It reminds me, actually. Let's have a quick look. I just want to double check something, guys. Just bear with me for a second, because there's all these weird problems that I had today. I am a little bit careful about if everything is working as it should. Well, it says I'm live. No sound. Come on. No. Alright, the demo of your game. Okay, all good then. Yeah, seems to work. Alright, sorry about that. Just wanted to make sure. So where was I? So we got the seated experience, and I'm still going to be using that to move around the carrier. I don't have any models for the carrier right now. I don't have an interior for the carrier. I don't have any of that. Remember also that it has nothing to do with the stand-in model that we have in our level. So we're just going to box out some areas. It's going to look, very simplistic. It's not going to be representative of what the final carrier is. I just want to make sure we have the definition of what locations do we have in our carrier. so that we can, we can at least create the movement around. And obviously, we're going to have the hangar as our, is it going to be the hangar? Is it going to be a briefing room? It's probably going to be the briefing room where, no, the briefing room will brief ourselves on the mission, but then we have the hangar to set up our ship. Or do we do that the other way around? That's something that I need to think about. But anyway, one of those two is going to then be the start-off point, and when we click something there, that's going to bring us into our level where we can fly around. And obviously, we need to go back. Now, our little test level that we have right now is simply going to be you can fly around until you press a button, then you exit. Obviously, we'll need to have a campaign mission system at some point in time to replace that. Okido. I need some drink. Okay. Let me actually just first run it and make sure that everything is working as it should. Hold on. Let me quickly go to this. Oh, we are already moving. That's not what we're supposed to. Wow. How did we roll outside there? That's pretty cool. Well, that's one thing to fix as well, that when we start in the game, we don't, we're in sort of, well, I actually want to launch out of a launch tube. That's one of the things. So, the thing that I wanted to double check is my audio is being mirrored to my Elgato. Because else, you guys, well, maybe you guys will be happy not to hear the sound at the moment, but, yeah. So yeah, we're outside of our ship, of course, because we didn't have a tracking set up properly. There we go. I just wanted to make sure everything is still where it's supposed to be. Oh, there's our bad guys. Don't think they've seen us yet. Let's see if I can shoot one down. It's always fun to start there. Oh yeah, we had the little thing on top. Come on. Finally. Okay, we got one guy down. Yee-hee. So yeah, get behind, he says. Very good. You'll see that our frame rate is dropping a little bit. That's the other thing that I want to really start working on. But I don't think we can do that yet. Start working on actually optimizing the game. Because if we have frame rate drops on this machine, then it's not going to be working fast enough on the other machines. So I need to go and quit out of this guy. And I think one of the problems that we have, interestingly enough, is obviously we're outputting a lot to our log. And that might seem strange that I mentioned that in the sense of performance. But actually, if you start putting stuff every frame, there is a weight part in there, and that would really can really drop your frame rate down quite a lot. So that it could just simply be us outputting that already is giving us problems that we didn't have before. But it is something that I want to start working on pretty soon as well. I want to start looking at actually optimizing our level and start looking at where are our performance bottlenecks and start solving those. Especially now that we're starting to get, all the components of the game together. But today we're going to look at setting up our new loader environment or a new startup environment. And before we do that, that means that one of the mistakes that I've made is that's where I originally wanted to start. So I had created a folder called start scene, and I had created files called start scene, and that obviously is not correct. I also need to get more consistent in my naming. You guys can actually see this because I'm looking at I'm looking at the file system thingy here. Can I move that the other way around just to get it? Hey, tabs. I actually like that. I should have done that way earlier. That I can just switch between file system and scene. So you guys can actually see what I'm looking at. So yeah, like I was saying, there isn't a whole lot of consistency in my file naming. I need to get better in that. So the idea is that we're gonna rename our start scene to be our test level, and then introduce a new start scene. Probably the easiest way to do that is just to create a new folder, and that's going to be called. Oh, let me sit a little bit straighter so I can actually type. I'm going to call that test scene, and now I want to move these two in my test scene. And now we're going to go and rename this guy. Where are you? Rename. And I'm going to start with... no, I'm actually going to keep that. This is really where things start getting hairy. So yeah, test scene. Is what am I going to do as a name convention? And what I tend to do is that I name my scenes after the classes that they represent, and those are, you know, in Godot, you know, all classes are capitalized. So in a world scene, W and S capitalized. So I kind of stay with that concept, which also means that my scene files are named that way. But I started naming my folders all lowercase, so and snake case. So yeah, it gets a bit messy. Not quite sure what the smart thing is there. All right. So if we load what is now our test scene, very good. Well, that's now forgotten a whole bunch of things, which is really cool. And I need to remember to switch between the tabs. That's the only thing that's a downside. But it has correctly gone and gotten to there. So that's something that I'm happy about. The other thing that I want to look at. No, I do have a base world. Because again, one of the things that I've started doing in a lot of places is giving these things class names. Which just makes it easier to use things. So I can just make that now base world. But the thing that I don't like about this, and I'm not sure if there's a solution for this. Maybe someone can help me there. But if I add a node here, I can now find my base world as a node of my spatial. Now, if I were to add this in, which would be dumb because that's not what this is for. But if I would add this in, what would be added is a stock standard spatial node, and that then gets my base world script as its script. But that script is designed to work together with my base world scene. Now, again, this case it's a base class that I want to extend. But let's say that it was my one of my weapons, right? So I can actually now in here, if I wanted to do. Did I class this one? No, I didn't. Yeah, so for instance, if I wanted to add my enemy ship in there because I want to spawn a bunch of enemy ships into my scene, and I would do this, I would get rigid bodies with that script. I wouldn't get the whole scene. At least I don't think so. And that's obviously not what I want. The only way that I can do that is actually bring in a subscene. Now, I don't really mind that. Because it kind of makes sense that you're adding a subscene in. It's not, it's not a script that is designed to work on a node of a specific type. But it's kind of means that I wouldn't really want to use class name to identify my classes. But as we found out last week, if we don't do that, we can't do our inheritance checks, and we can't build any logic based on whether a script is extended from another script. Unless we do the whole name or something like that. I'm not sure. But it kind of takes it out of the class DB. So I don't know. It's a bit of a conundrum. So I'm going to keep naming things with class name if I feel there is a need for me to use that functionality of knowing what the base class is and what the hierarchy is. And then just I just need to be smart that I add it as a subscene and not through adding a node. But yeah, I would like to have a better solution for that. So kind of interesting, that one. All right. So we now have our test scene in our test scene folder, which means that if we would run it right now, we would have a problem because our script here, is it in there, son? Where is it? No, that's... That's this guy. I thought this is where we loaded our starting scene in. Resize, is that ready? Texture, connect, size changed. On resize, that's a construct. Oh, because we put everything in main. That's right. This was my construct set up to have my HMD separate from my render viewport, so that we can add things on the UI if we choose to, and I could zoom it in so that we get a better representation of the field of view. But the other reason for this, just in case you guys weren't aware of this, but one of the things that you need to do when you use OpenVR, although on Glass 2 I don't think this has any effect. I don't think this actually matters on Glass 2. I think this only matters on Glass 3. You actually have to do the turn to keep linear on, because the HMD expects the images to be in linear color space. But I think on Glass 2 that doesn't matter, because here we have an 8-bit buffer, which is not... I don't know in what color space. I think that's just an sRGB render color space when it renders. So I think it doesn't do a conversion at that point in time. Anyway, that's a whole different topic. So yeah, I added it in, and our original main scene is now a subscene, and that is where our code is. And in here, optimize a bunch of that stuff. In here, when we start up, we initialize a bunch of things, but most importantly, we load our start scene, which we just renamed, which is actually also not the scene that we wanted to start. So that's good. We're going to now create the real start scene. So, still have my folder there. We're going to go and create a new inherited scene. And now I haven't built one of these for a little while. So, I need to remember how we built this, how we designed this. So, in 3D, there's my new nicely empty base world. So that's what we're going to do and call start scene. Which is a bit of a bad name, I think. Because that's basically going to be our carrier environment. All right. So. Okay. What do we need in here? Well, let's go and start with where do we have those environments with our red skybox. Now obviously this is the only downside here. We don't actually see it in the editor. I can't use a world environment here because that would immediately override it when we load in our scene. I'm kind of thinking about adding that in as something that we then remove, but I don't know. So yeah, we should now be in a situation, I'll just run it just for fun, where we are now just in a empty area. But yeah, just to see if why are you yeah that's fine. Why are we not tracking? Oh, we are tracking. It just had a so we're in a beautiful empty space. Very good. And that's what I wanted. Now in this case, our outside environment really doesn't matter because we're going to be inside of our carrier. Now, the reason why I do want the outside is that I am thinking about having some windows in some of the areas. Now, we're not going to model a whole carrier because we're going to get inside. We're not going to see half the carrier. So we just need to define some rooms so that we know which rooms we're going to have in our carrier that the player can visit. We're going to place them pretty close to each other so that it's easy to spawn into one room and to spawn into the next. However, in reality, those things don't have to be anywhere near each other, right? It's like I don't know if you guys remember, say, a Wing Commander 3 or 4, where you're inside of the Tiger carrier. There is a point where from the bridge you take a elevator up to the top deck, and then you've got this little observation place. You're gonna just be in a new room that you're. It doesn't actually have to be at the top of anything. And we'll create that in a minute. So so this is really fakery and trickery because you're never going to see the whole plan of this thing. All right. So the idea then is that we're always going to start in the center, which is going to be our bridge. So when the game loads, the first place that we're in is going to be the bridge of our carrier. And there we're going to be able to access our, some sort of UI that allows us to save the game or load a save game, access our settings, you name it. So that's really what that room is for, and that's kind of the thing that the theme that we're going for, right? Every room in the carrier performs a function. The bridge will be for game-related functions. The briefing room will be for setting up your mission. The hangar will be for setting up your planes. We might have, actually that's a good one, maybe the bridge needs to be more for interactions, and we have the player's bunk room as the part where they can access, save logic and that sort of thing. That might be even a better place to start. Although one of the things that I've also been thinking about is loading like a cutscene when you first load in the game, where we get a game introduction or something like that. I don't know. What do I think about the hyped Godot 4? Why do you say cockpit? Yeah, Godot 4 is we will see. I'm excited. Let's say that up front. I am incredibly excited. I was talking to what's his name? I always forget his name. I'm so terrible with names. Clayjohn is it? Hold on, let me just double check this because I hate butchering people's names. What's your name, dude? I speak to this guy so often. He's a really great guy. He's doing some really great work. He took over the whole sky shader thing. Where are you, buddy? I got you here somewhere. Oh my god. I wish I wasn't so horrible with names. Wow, there's been a lot of talk today. Hold on. Why don't I just go to my profile page? It'll be there. Because I just need to see because I shared a really nice post about it today. Clayjohn. John, that's his name. So he took over some of the. Hey, Rodzilla, how you going? So he took over the sky shader. I actually made the first version of the sky shader logic. That was my first experience with getting to grips with all the new rendering pipeline in Godot 4. And I got quite a bit of a ways, but I just didn't have the time to finish it. So he took that over, and he really turned it into something really, really cool. So I don't know if you guys seen my original asset for Raycast, Scattered Skies and stuff like that. Well, I can't remember what the name is of the. He's got a bit of a newer technique that he uses. But this week he's been working on cloud shaders, and we're adding a cloud shader into that. Now that's not going to be part of Godot 4 itself. That's going to be an implementation in the logic that he's done. So that's going to be an asset that you can download, and you're going to have skies complete with clouds that cast shadows on your world. And he's based that on the paper that the guys from Gorilla released about how they did clouds in Horizon Zero Dawn, which is, I've watched a couple of the videos about that. They did a presentation, I think, at GDC a year or two ago. And that is just such an amazing system. So John's been working on that, and he was showing off how far he's gotten with it, and that looks really, really good. And it's that sort of stuff that is, there's just things in the rendering pipeline, in that things that Vulkan has made possible, that I think are going to be very neat and are going to be very good. And for me personally, my biggest thing that I'm hoping for is simply a stability improvement, especially when you look at what we've been doing on mobile VR, especially towards the Quest. OpenGL ES3 has been a shocking letdown in many ways, especially on mobile GPUs. The support, the driver support, has had a lot of problems for us. And I remember when I first started working on getting Godot VR to work on, that was still on the Gear VR before before the Go was even out. It wouldn't run on half the devices. We had it running on the Samsung Note 4 Developer Edition that I borrowed from a friend of mine. It ran perfectly on that, and then you grabbed a Samsung, a newer Note. What was the one? Note 8 that it came out with? I can't even remember. And it wouldn't run because the GPU just completely crapped out on ES3, and that is one of the reasons why the Glass 2 driver was added. It was not just performance; it was just that the GLES3 driver ran so shockingly on some of the mobile hardware, while the Glass 2 driver has been absolutely rock solid in many applications. So that for me is one of the things that I'm looking forward to with Godot 4 is that Vulkan is supposed to be much better supported by modern GPUs, including mobile GPUs. So we'll see. If time will tell whether that's good. It has allowed John to do more complex lighting technique with actually less performance hungry code. So when we look at the new GI logic in 4, it's much more efficient than the GI probe logic that was added to 3, which means that you can actually get better results on lower end hardware, which is something that I was really surprised at. So I'm really looking forward to playing around with that. However, there is a however on this, and that is a complaint. Well, not really a complaint. That's not the right word. That's a thing that I've been hammering on for a lot of people, because it comes up time and time again. It comes up when people compare Godot to Unreal or Unity or things like that. Is that in the end, it doesn't matter whether the game engine can do all these high-end stuff when you're a 3-man indie game developer that therefore do not have the resources to create the level of assets needed to actually make use of that. You look at the Unreal demo that came out, the really beautiful one for Unreal 5, running on a PlayStation 5. Yeah, Unreal 5 on PlayStation 5, I think it is. Where they were hammering about how they got these high polygon assets in there. And that's great if you're a AAA studio with, 50 3D modelers on staff to make all that content. But if you're, a 3-man band indie, are you really going to have the manpower to actually make use of that? So that's really where at some point you got to make a decision. Do you need all that capability? Now, truth be told, when I look at what we're doing with Godot 4, I love it. I really think even for an indie studio, you're going to increase the quality of the work that you deliver simply because the engine has made certain things very easy to use. Will we be there, on January or February or whenever Godot 4.0 comes out? Probably not. It's probably going to be, having lots of stuff that we need to be fixed and needs to be improved. But that's with any new version of an engine with major changes. While, we're now at Godot 3.2.3, and, before the end of the year, we'll probably have a 3.2.4. A lot of the problems have been solved and improved because we've been working on this version of the engine for the last 3 years. And that is another choice that you need to make. You might want to chase pretty and chase the latest capabilities. But if that means that, for the first half year to a year, we're polishing Godot, because that polish doesn't happen until the version is out, right? This is the biggest mistake people make. It doesn't matter whether you're an open source project or whether you're a commercial product, whether you have 3 people developing it or a team of 100. The one thing that I have learned in this business is that until you give something in the hands of the people actually building stuff with it. Whether it's a game, people who play the game, whether it's business software, your clients, whether it is an engine, a game engine, until it's in the hand of game developers. That's when you find out where the rough edges are. You don't find that during testing. You don't find that during development, because you don't work in that way, in that stage. You will not find that until it's released. So the day that Godot 4.0 is released as an official build, hell yeah, we're going to find a whole lot of things that people are going to be running into. That's unavoidable. That's unavoidable with every sort of software, because that is the moment that people start really building games. Now, there will be people who will start earlier. Let's be fair. That was with Godot 3.0 as well, right? Before Godot 3.0 was released as an official build, there were several game studios, indie game studios, already building games with Godot 3.0 in beta, even as far back as the alpha, and that helped find a lot of early problems. But you find the tip of the iceberg, right? So yeah, I'm incredibly excited about Godot 4, but I'm also realistic about it. It's going to take a little bit of time to grow up. It's going to have a lot of features that a lot of people were waiting for a long time, but it's also still going to have things that it doesn't have, and it's going to have a lot of things that you probably will never use. So yeah, let's catch up on chat. Yeah, well, I want to make a whole carrier as the interior in this because of the game design. So, and again, I'm not going to be modeling the interior of the. We better get started because it's already 10 o'clock. We haven't done anything. We haven't been talking. Yeah, so Nitin, so this is think about games like Starlancer or Wing Commander or things like that. That's the base. Well, it's not the concept I'm going for, but that's part of the inspiration, right? So the in between missions is going to be spent inside of the carrier that we're a part of. So we are a fighter pilot, part of a group who live on a carrier, probably as part of a fleet. I'm still working on the details of the backstory of this game. So that's where you're going to be doing all the in-between mission stuff. So saving your game, setting up your briefings, interacting with the other people who are part of your carrier group. So all the story development, interacting with NPCs is going to happen there. But the actual missions, you're going to get launched, and that's the bit that we've been working on for the last couple of weeks, where you're actually in the cockpit of a fighter plane, flying missions. So we're at the point right now in the last couple of weeks we've been working on purely the control mechanism, being able to control your ship, being able to fire at enemy ships, have some simple NPC logic on those. That's all working in the game right now. Well, it was until I started the new start scene, and you can't actually access the logic anymore. So it'll come back. It's still there in the background. We just can't run it right now. But there's so much more to do, right? Because we have to have a whole mission system at some point in time. We have to have some sort of, something that you can actually do inside of a level where you start by getting launched out of the carrier, and then follow through the missions, fly to a waypoint, shoot some enemies, fly to another waypoint, do something there. We'll see. That still all needs to be built. Having great 3D models without the need for LODs. There's always need for LODs. The clue here is, this is the mistake that people make. LODs is the way to optimize complex objects. Let's say that you're building an open world game where you're inside of a city and you have a street full of buildings. You only want the buildings that are up close to be rendered in high detail. Any building that's the further away the building is, the simpler you want that model to be. The clue part of it is that right now, whether you're using Godot or a number of other engines, up until now, I should say, you'd have to create all those level of detail models. So you model a house, and then you make a simpler version of it, and then eventually you make a billboard version of the house or something like that. You have to make that yourself and then put it in, and then In Godot 2, we had a very simple level of detail system that worked on distance. That's still, the parts of it are still in Godot 3, but they don't work. And that was always because Jean wanted to build a new LOD system, and just hasn't gotten around to it. And that moved up to 4. The thing that, and again, this is where when you look at Unreal's so good at this part. Where that still exists, but it's taken out of the hands of the developer. So you throw a high polygon asset in Unreal will do that mesh optimization for you and configure the LOD levels for you. So what you actually see and rendered on screen will be a lower polygon version of the model that you threw in within limits. Although it sounds like in Unreal 5 those limits are gone. Don't ask me how or why. I'm not the developer privy of behind the scenes knowledge there. I'm pretty sure there's going to be papers at some point that we can read to know exactly the techniques that are behind it. But yeah, so LODs are still going to be there. It's just going to be less and less obvious to the developer that that's actually technique used behind the scenes. Making game models with voxels. Good luck with multiple LODs. Yeah, well, there are advantages of using voxels for your game engine. Yeah, someone is building indeed an RTS with 4.0. That was actually looking pretty cool. This is the thing that I find so interesting, and it's very hard to judge because you see people coming and going, and some people, they get to a certain point and then they give up and they disappear. And then there's a couple of people who are in there for the long haul. But it takes a long time to make a high quality game. And that's something that people tend to underestimate. There are obviously lots of game jam games out there that's been made in a couple of days. There's lightweight or smaller games or one level games or just games that do a certain concept well but keep the artwork simple that are made in a year's time. You've got those. But when you look at the higher quality games, and especially, well, it doesn't really matter whether it's an indie developer or whether it's an AAA developer. The only difference really with a AAA developer is that the level of content is usually higher quality because they can spend more time creating these assets. But you're still talking about, a development cycle of 3-4 years. And that is the thing, that because Godot 2 wasn't really known as an engine that you would select for 3D works. 99% of the games that came out with Godot 2 are all 2D games. Plus that it didn't have the level of popularity that it has right now. And that's, I think, also one of the reasons why you see that there's so many 2D games coming out with Godot 3 that are actually well polished and finished. But we're not there with 3D yet, and there's a bunch of really cool ones that were out. Some, unfortunately, that were abandoned, even though they were or changed. One of my favorites of those stories, which is sad, but at the same time, fully understand and support these guys, is I forget the name of the game. It's a game where you've got this little biplane that you control, that you fly through worlds, and it's absolutely gorgeous. It's such a gorgeous, beautiful looking 3D game, and they built that whole thing in Godot, and they got stuck. As I understood when I asked them about it, they got stuck on the multiplayer side of it. And that's a valid point. Multiplayer in Godot, it exists, but it's still very early days. And they just got stuck on that, and they decided at some point. I think they switched to Unity because of that. But the thing that I find so amazing of that project, even though it's no longer a Godot project, when you look at the videos that they posted of the work that they did in Godot, and you then look at the videos that they're now posting of the work that they're doing in Unity, the quality is so close. So even though they switched to Unity because there were still parts in Godot missing for them, the parts that were there show how capable Godot can be. But But it still means, we've got too many of those situations where people just, they get to the 50% mark or something like that and they give up. Or, they're like people like me who are just experimenting. And, if we ever get, for me as well, this is really the first serious game that I've been trying to make. And this is going to take 3-4 years to build. So yeah, there's that. But they are good. Like Kivano, I'm looking forward to Tales Quest. Tales Quest is going to be I think a really good showcase for Godot. That game looks absolutely gorgeous, and it's so incredibly cute. It's a game that I want to give to my kids and let the kids play with. So I think that's going to be a game changer. But again, that's an example of a game where you can have, you can follow the whole development of these guys. But it took 3-4 years for these guys to get where they are today. So that's just what it is. Hi Gillis, how you going? Thank you for joining. Hi Kaylee. Yeah, as Alex, exactly. EU5s. It's full. The whole demo that they saw where they were blowing like, here's a 3 million polygon statue, and we have 60,000 of them in the scene. Yeah, it's not rendering them at that level. It's brought that down. They've made it transparent. They've made it, something that me as a developer doesn't have to worry about. That's actually happening in the background. And what I find so special about it, because I have done LOD systems and I've played around with those, and I have played around with creating, taking a model and automating the logic to create a lower poly version of that. They tend to be really ugly. The detail gets lost in places where it should stay, and the detail stays in places that it doesn't matter because the algorithm has no idea. And they manage that, which is just godlike. I think that's incredible. Yeah, so nanite. That's the term that they used. Again, I don't know enough about the technique. I know the names and I know that we're talking about how it actually works. They can make everything fancy names, but it's actually a fancy system. Yeah, so that's basically, well, they are remeshing it, but they're remeshing it automatically on the background. They are, retopologizing it automatically, and you just don't notice as a developer. It just happens for you. And yeah, Katie, the thing is, Godot is still very capable, even with just loading up the assets. It does depend a lot about what you're doing. And again, when I look at my game, for instance, right now, a bottleneck for me is my carrier. And the reason why it's a bottleneck is because it's a single mesh. It's rendered in one draw call. Well, it's rendered in probably 4 or 5 draw calls because it has 4 or 5 different materials. But the whole thing is rendered in one go. But because of its size, there is so much overdraw as a result, and it's detail that when you're inside of it, there is a lot of rendering going on that shouldn't be going on, and that's costing performance. But if you have a city, and the city is properly broken up, where all the buildings are their own objects, the difference between loading it as a OBJ file as one big thing, or a GLTF file where everything is properly instanced and everything like that, can be amazing. It can be a big performance difference there. So, and it's more than capable of rendering that much. So you can still get a lot more performance if you start doing optimization techniques. But out of the box, even if it just purely frustum calling, which Godot does, already makes a huge difference. But you do need to have a scene that's set up for that. Anyway, I love talking, guys. Don't get me wrong, but I want to get something done as well. So, start scene in this case, and this might become our carrier scene at some point in time, and I'll create another start scene, which might be a cutscene where we get some sort of loading animation or something like that. I don't know yet. That'll come. So I'm not married on this name right now, but this is going to become our carrier interior. what we're going to be doing is we're going to be identifying every room that we want, and that's going to all become a subscene in its own right, which is basically the same approach that I took for my object interaction tutorial scene, where I've got every room as a separate scene and they're just linked together, and also the same with my the smoke and mirrors episode that I did, where we're hiding rooms that are outside of view. And that's, again, something that we'll be doing here as well. So that, right now it's just all going to be boxes and placeholder art, just to have, it sort of fleshed out. But eventually, once we start really getting proper models, or, there's a modeler friend of mine who's interested in helping out, if he eventually starts making some proper assets for this, we're probably going to have, we're probably going to be lowering our polygon budget at some point. It's going to be important that we hide the things that we don't need to render. And that's why I want this to be in subscenes, so we can make that easy. Yeah, indeed, slice the carrier. Now there's a whole bunch of things, but I haven't gone down that path, because the carrier, as far as I'm concerned, is a stand-in model. It's not the design that I'm going for. The carrier that we have right now, it's still in my test in here. So this is the carrier. I just downloaded this thing from CG Trader or something. My default view is not good. There we go. Now I can see the whole thing. Look at that. Much better. So this basically has got this big area in here and in here, and it goes all the way to the back here, and then you've got the engine part, and you got a little bridge on top. That's not the design that I'm going for. First of all, our scene starts in here, and we already get problems with shadow buffers. It's too large. The area is too large to actually get some of the effects to work properly, because we got the shadow of all the asteroids being cast on here. We got the shadow of the inside, and it just we run out of the size that we. This is the problem with space. The scales are just too big. So I really want to go down the path of many of these other games where you get launched out of a launch tube, or Battlestar Galactica is a really good example where the Vipers are launched out of launch bays, and I want to create that effect here as well. When your mission starts, we actually don't have a interior of the carrier here. We just have purely the launch tube, and we probably, the moment that we're launched, I'm going to hide that launch tube and just show just a mesh of all, just the last part of the launch tube, so that if we fly around our ship, we can see where the launch tube started. But the carrier ship in the game will be a much simpler model, and much more optimized for this sort of thing. Because the only time that we're going to see the interior is when we're not inside of a mission game. We're inside of our start scene, where we're walking around the carrier and interacting with NPCs, and in there I don't really care. As long as the scenes are properly built, it's gonna be fine. It's we can do some fun things with polygons, with high polygon counts within a single room. So I think we're going to start with just creating a couple of spatials here, just as placeholders, and then we start building that out of the rooms that we're going to need. So we need a bridge. I do need to learn to type, so that's the first one. We need so the bridge is going to be, well, again, I'm not sure if our quarters, our crew quarters, are going to be the place where we're going to do our save and load logic, or whether we're going to do that on the bridge. I'm kind of liking the idea of the bridge, but then I'm sort of wondering what we're going to use the crew quarters for. Don't know yet. So that's the other one, crew, or how do we call our player's bunk, our player's room? Because crew quarters sort of sounds that it's for everyone, and the player will have their own room. Let's call that player room. And maybe that is where we will start when we open up. I'm actually leading to the idea that the player room is where we can, do our save, load, campaign manager, setup of the character. Definitely would be nice if we have a mirror that we can configure our character. That would be cool. I've got some ideas for that. So that's what we do that for. We want the bridge. We want the hangar. So that's where we're going to set up. So we'll see what the bridge is going to be. Maybe that's just going to be a place where we can interact with NPCs in relation to, we can interact with the captain or something like that. Or maybe it's just going to be eye candy. We'll see. But I do want that in there because a carrier without a bridge is stupid. Our hangar is where we're going to start our missions from. So where we do our ship configuration, where you can see which the ships are, and where we then press a button that starts the mission, and then launches out of our launch tube, and there we go. What else do we want? We want a cafeteria. I think it's very important to have a place. A communal place where our crew members can eat and hang out. That's where a lot of the the NPC interaction is going to be, just for story progression. So the more casual talks that we're going to have in our storylines. What else do we need? I want an observation deck. And one of the things that's going to be interesting with this is that we, right now we've got our skybox hard coded as our default sky. That's the only one we have right now. But we probably want to switch that over depending on the part of the story we're in. We might go from one solar system to another, so we can have a little bit of play with that. And then something like an observation deck would give us. Maybe we could see a planet hanging outside or something like that. Just something that we can have fun with. Have some things flying around. Just to make it feel alive, basically. So what other rooms are we going to need? Yeah, player quarters. I think quarters is actually a better name. Thank you. Cool. And I think, that's probably where we're going to start. So hangar, cafeteria, observation deck. We will probably find more things to think about that we want to get to. Now, the idea that I have is, for instance, you're on the bridge. We'll have a door that goes to the hangar. We'll have a door that will go to the cafeteria. We'll have a door that goes to, the crew area. And that's how they will be labeled. And what you see when the door opens is a hallway or something like that. It's not going to be the room that you're going to go into. We'll have an interaction that you can click on it, and that transports you into that room. But it transports you into that room. Fade to black, go to the room. Everything is in the same scene. That's our transition. Because again, we are treating this as a sit down experience. So we don't want to get up and actually walk around our scene. Even though it would be really cool, something that we might at some point get to, that if you really want to, you actually have the freedom to explore the whole carrier. But I don't think that is really what we want for now. I think we're going to start with having those rooms available. Again, like I said, we're not actually building these things. We're just going to have placeholders and just boxes that represent those things. We're interested in getting the mechanics working of moving from one room to the other, and then we're going to start thinking about, okay, what are we going to be doing in it? I certainly remember there's one more that we want here, which is our briefing room. So I guess the bridge is going to be our central hub for although I'm thinking maybe we should have an in between, like a hallway that you can be in, and that's where you go to the cafeteria or you go to crew quarters. I'm not sure. Have to play around with that, but so our player quarters is where we're going to be able to save our game, load our game, set up our player character, interact with all that sort of stuff. Our bridge is going to be a central place where we can interact with NPCs for mission specific things. We talk to our captain, CEO, or CO, etc., etc. When we want to start a mission, we first go to the briefing room. So that's basically, we exit into the briefing room to start our next mission. We then get a briefing about what that mission is. And that then, when we accept the mission, we go into the hangar to configure our ship. And then we start the actual mission. Now, we're not going to build all that today. That's way more than I can handle in one night. But that's the idea. So from our bridge, we can also go to our cafeteria, which is another place where we can simply interact with NPCs. It's just to create atmosphere and stuff like that. And we have an observation deck that we can reach from our cafeteria. And that might, that might be going into an elevator and giving the idea that you're going up an elevator and then getting out the observation deck, which again is just going to be a place where we can interact with NPCs. I think that's a good start. We might make more. We will see. A brig. That's actually, I think that's a great idea. Thank you. That's actually a great idea. That's a really good idea for a story progression. We could be in a place where at some point in time we have a mission where we capture an enemy spy or an enemy commander or something like that, and we'll be able to have a talk with him in the brig. We're not going to go into torture or anything like that. That's not the kind of game that I want to make. But, for story progression, we can interview the guy or, have a chat and find out something more. Good place for the brig. Or, maybe we'll have some fun with some of the NPCs that, other fighter pilots. One gets into trouble and that person gets thrown into the brig. And, maybe you can stand up for him or, tell him off for being an idiot for, doing something stupid. But I do like that. That is, that is something that makes sense to have on a carrier like this. Is something like that. So now again, excuse me. Really important in this is the location in our scene for these doesn't matter. I want them all in this scene. Could very well be that we're going to hide everything except for the room that we're in. The reason I want them all loaded is that we can easily switch between the rooms as we move in and out of rooms without having loading times and all that sort of thing. We don't want, for simple scene changes going from one room to another, to have, a loading screen in between. This doesn't make any sense. We do need to fade out and fade in because of nausea reasons. This is a VR game. We can't do what a desktop game has, just a quick crossfade or something like that. We have to have a fade out and then fade in just to let the body accept that we're going from one room to another. But we want them all in the one scene so that everything's loaded in memory, ready to go. All right, so let's just start with this guy. All right, so scenes, start scene. I'm just going to create a subfolder here for the rooms, and there we go, bridge. I'm not going to do them all. We're going to go one by one and sort of figure out what it is that we want to do with these guys. I don't want to save that. All right, there we go. Now, again, one of the things that is really important here to realize is that we are playing a sit-down game. We're not going to be playing a stand-up game, so that's one thing. So our positioning of things is going to have to be related to that. But the other thing is everything that we do right now is stand-in art, so I don't want to go too overboard with creating components and stuff like that. But I think we are going to, just for our for the ease of it, is create a few basic components that allows us to quickly lay out something. So I think I'm going to take the same approach that I did in my object interaction tutorial projects, which is create a node for each type of element that we have in a room. Now, one thing that I don't think I need here, I don't need any sort of physics in here. We might do something funky with things that we see, but we can't move, so there's no point. It's a sitting down game, so I think it's enough to just have the objects. Do I want to have? No, and I think, yeah, let's just create a mesh instance here. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be a cube. So we're going to use this for one floor panel. That also reminds me, what is my snap settings? Is that over here? No, that's not over here. Snap. 1. All right, that's fine. So that means I want this to be 1 by 1, so that it nicely snaps together. And that's a good tile. All right. So I'm going to go, I need to turn snap on. Which one is that? I always forget this one. So we're going to move that one down. So we're going to keep everything nicely on our grid. Cool. So that is a floor tile. Now, the reason I'm putting that 1 down is our origin point is, and probably I want to do this 2 down. Because we're going to have our AR/VR origin point on level with our head. Now, if I move my head around or up or down, or let's say that the game starts, you know, the problem that I've been having with my my fighter environment, or my fighter cockpit, is that when the game starts, my headset's lying far away from me. So by the time I put it on my head, I've moved a meter in either direction. So that is going to be very important when we're in our cockpit, that is giving us problems. But in the design of these, we should allow enough room for the player to move left, right, up, down, that they're still relatively in a comfortable position. They don't really care that they're not exactly in a place. Now, I am sitting down, so there will be a button that will reset that position. But that means that actually our floor plane 0 is going to be our eye height. So that would actually mean that we should go down by probably 1.8 meters, but I don't like that amount. So I'm probably actually going to put it 2 meters down just to make our layout easy. And that makes me wonder if I shouldn't make everything on a scale of 2 by 2. I think that probably makes more sense. And that means that I want to change my snap to a 2 meter snap as well, just to much more quickly put everything together and actually make everything fit. All right, so there is our thingy. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to give this guy a material. There we go. But we are going to set that up now. We're going to put the material on the script, and you guys will see in a minute why I want to do it like that. So I'm going to clear you. Clear. Boom. Okie doke. So we're going to call that guy floor tile, and we're going to save this guy as a branch. I'm actually going to make a subfolder here, components, because we're going to be reusing those for a lot of stuff. There we go. And that means, let's save that before we get in trouble, that I want to create a script on this floor tile. Think of a generic, because I want to reuse the script for a couple of these, because they're going to be doing the same thing. Or very similar anyway. I just call that tile. It doesn't really matter. Here's our tile. Boom. So, export material. Material is now set get set material. We've done this 100 times before. We're going to create our setter, new material, which should be a material. And that means that we can set our material to a new material. There we go. Can we do this right away? Because this is... Okay, I'm going to take it, but it's safe. Wasn't there a inside tree? That's the one that I'm looking for. That is true once we're actually loaded and all set up. So basically after ready has run, or when ready is run. So in this case, okay, that's I think gonna be a problem. Yeah, that is a problem. So I'm actually going to change the type. Hold on. Let's keep my life easy. And first copy. I could have easily recreated this, but it doesn't matter. Paste. There we go. And now I want to change this type to spatial. Boom. There we go. Which means this guy needs to become a spatial. There we go. Let's go do this. And that automatically changes because it's a subscene. Alright, cool. This just gives me more control over what I'm doing. So I can just say, if we have our mesh instance, we're going to say mesh instance dot set surface material 0 material. Boom, our material gets assigned. And in this case, we are going to say set material. So we're going to reassign itself. And that is just, like I've said lots of times before, the first time this gets run is before our scene is ready, which means we don't have access to our mesh instance yet. So it's not going to run that bit. It's just going to assign our stored material to our material variable. So in our ready, we need to rerun that to get it applied. Now we could just copy this line over here, but I kind of like doing it this way because it's more clear what it is that we're doing. All right. Now the other thing which is really important is that this needs to be a tool script so that this logic also works in editor. All right. And that means that here I should now be able to say load, and we're going to go to assets. And for now, I just want to use our Wahoo one. So I'm going to make that a green tile. And that looks incredibly bad. And I don't know why. How are you set up? Oh, this is for a different project. So I'm going to go put that back to 1. I'm going to make that try planner. Now, this is saying, how big is this thing? 4 by 4. So that should actually be, yeah, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. Boom. There we go. Now we have a nice tri-planner set. Now I do want to use our world tri-planner because that means that it nicely tiles when we add more floor tiles to each other. So while we have our floor tile here without a material, we've now assigned a material here. But if I now duplicate this guy and we move that, so now we can see that we've got 2 of them, I can go and change the material on this one if I want to. Where are you? Let's say to my blue material, and that still stays my green one. So even though I'm using the same subscene, I am able to assign different materials to it, or keep the same material, which means it actually reuses the same material instance, which is again much faster when rendering because it doesn't have to do as many state changes, which is pretty cool. Any reason to use a cube instead of a co-op mesh? Not really, especially because we're never going to see this from the bottom. It is going to be important for the walls. And again, because we're not going to allow the player to freely move, it's not really that important. But for instance, for my object interaction tutorial, it is important because we can freely move around. So you can see the walls from all sides. But in the end, you know, it doesn't really matter that much, really, to be honest. I want to set this guy up as well because I've got the same problem here with my... Oh, that is actually set to tri-planner. That's interesting. Is it correct, though? I think I don't want the offset for this guy. But I'm wondering if I should have an offset for the other guy. The other thing is that it doesn't actually really look... So that's 1 meter. Yeah, 1 meter by 1 meter. And I've got 4 of them because remember, this is 2 meters by 2 meters. So that is actually correct. Now, I might actually want to offset this one. Offset like that? No, let's look at this. Minus 0.5. Minus 0.5. With triplanar, it's kind of important to do them on all three of them. Nah, I'm just going to leave that. Again, you know, it doesn't really... These are placeholder things. I like using textures like these because they help give a sense of depth to the scene that we're building. That's really the only reason we're doing this. All right. So there's our floor tile, and I just wanted to make sure that that material is set up. So that's all good. Is this guy... This guy also needs to be world planner. So that again... Well, for this one, it doesn't really matter because it tiles within one tile. But yeah. I'm going to delete this guy. No, not duplicate. I wanted to delete you. Because we're going to stay with the green tile for now. Let's call that one silver one. Doesn't really matter. So there we go. Boom. So just very quickly bring out a floor plan together. There we go. Got 9 of these guys. Should just be able to do this. I just want to have a really big area for our bridge. The problem that I'm having right now, by the way, is because I'm using shift to select, but I also have shift set to be panning. I keep wanting to select the next tile and holding shift, and I can't get to the tile that I want to select. So I have to keep remembering to let go of the shift. There we go. Yay, we have a floor. A very ugly floor, but we have a floor. And that's all that I care about. All right. And again, you know, this is just a creator room. This is not the design that we're going for. It's just a placeholder that we have a room. And also to sort of get the scale of every room that we want to have. I'm going to start putting some lights in. I might eventually at least bring some assets into this purely so that we've got some furniture around. But it's all going to just be temporary, just to have it in there so that we can start thinking about what are we going to use these rooms for, what sort of things do we need to have in this room, and then I actually have, you know, a concept environment that I can give to an artist and say, now build me something cool for this. That is the thing that we are going for. So we're not going to go for this actually needs to represent the bridge that we're going to build. I might eventually go and look at some reference pictures of ideas that I want to do. And sort of make it close to what it is that we want to have, but that's not going to be today. Today, I just want to create the rooms, get the dimensions right, get the feel right that you know they're in the right place, and start working on the logic to move from one room to the other, and to move from, you know, the hangar into loading up the game. Even though it's not going to actually be a progression of missions, but just to have that starting point, right? That's all that we're going for here. Let's create another spatial. We call that walls. And then obviously in the same way, we need a wall part. Because we're going 2 meters down, I also want to go 2 meters up for this one. I might make that in different sizes, because I think when we look at, for instance, the crew quarters, we don't want that that tall, right? I'm also going to make this an enclosed space for now. The bridge is probably one of those areas where we want to be able to look outside. I might actually make one wall that we're actually going to have a hole in it, so that, you know, we know that, again, it's kind of communicating this is where we want to be able to go outside. I'm also going to leave some space open where we're going to have the doors. And again, you know, it's now going to be about having placeholders for the doors that eventually become nicer scenes that, you know, but we're going to have doors that open, have some sort of animation. So, there we go. So we're also going to have the idea that the bridge is going to be really high up in the carrier, which might mean that we might actually go here with like a lift. You know, we have one door going to the briefing room, where there's a door that goes, you know, with a lift to the hangar. And again, it's just how we're going to design that, right? We'll figure that out. And again, that's part of blocking this out, is to get a feel of which exits do we need, which rooms will lead to which other rooms, which again is going to be input to the artist eventually for designing the real bridge. And the real bridge might be really, might be a lot bigger as well. So we'll start figuring it out. So for now, we need a wall. So we're going to do the same thing. So this is going to be called a wall tile. I'm going to call that 4M to say that one's going to be 4 meters high. There we go. There's our wall tile. Now we can rename that to 0 on here, so that when we duplicate it, we nicely get numbering. No, we want to use our existing script there. Scenes, start scene, rooms component, tile. There we go. That also means we need a mesh instance here. And that needs to have a cubish. There we go. You're going to be 4 high. Stay too big, but we're going to make the Z that. And that means that on the Z, we're going to move you 1, like this. So that when we rotate it, we nicely rotate it to the proper sides of what it is that we want to do. Cool. So that's going to be our basic floor tile, or wall. So here's our wall. That means we should now be able to move that into position, which puts it nicely on the edge. Now, this is where I want my door to be, so I'm going to do that. And here we're going to just use that blue material. I know it looks ugly. That's not the point today. It's just to block stuff out. There we go. There we go. Boom. I should probably have done the rotation in 40s, but that's okay. So here I'm going to make a nice big space where we're going to have the window. Yeah. I'm actually wondering, should I make it a really big one? I think I'm going to make that a really big one. So there we go. So this is where snapping really comes in handy for quickly placing these things. Boom. Boom. Now, this is going to be the exit to the briefing room, but I want that to be slightly. So let's think. So that's going to be a window to the outside. So we need to go to our briefing room, and from our briefing room, we're going to go to our hangar. Actually, let's put this guy over here just to make that more. And then I'm thinking that these 3. I think we're going to go to the cafeteria, and the cafeteria is going to have a door going to the observation deck and a door going to the crew quarters, or the players' quarter in this case. But we're assuming that we're going to a whole area for the crew quarters. Yeah, that's why I use save. There we go. We just need to figure out what we do with the brig. Do we get another door? So briefing room that way. And then there the hangar. And that way we're going to go for the cafeteria, from which we go to observation deck and player quarters. Let's do the brig is going to be a door on the left here, because I kind of like to have those things. Again, I'm playing around with the idea, should we have one more room which is like a nexus, like there's a hallway, and that is going to give us access to all these other doors. We'll see. I'm getting thirsty from all the talking. Okie dokie. Bridge. So I'm gonna have the window there. 1, 2. Okay, I was afraid of that. So this one is gonna go move like this. Then I'm gonna go move that one over there, and that's going to be my door to the briefing room. Oops. That was not the one that I wanted to duplicate. That's the one that I wanted to duplicate. And we're gonna, that one's going to go towards the brig. Okay. There we go. I thought I had a white image for that. Let me have a look. Blue, brown. I don't have the material for brown, but I suppose. Oh, here, white. I just don't have a material for the white one. Okay. I am going to create a new material here. I hate the blue. Sorry about that. I just hate the blue. Let's say new spatial material. There we go. So same thing as before. World planner. Well, let's go and have a look. That's where our thing is. Albedo now needs to be our assets. Wahuni. Wahuni, by the way. So that no. Wahuni.itch.io. Wahuni.itch.io. Texture grid generator. So look at the proto texture. This is so cool. You can just create these little pattern textures. Give them a name and all that sort of stuff. It's a really, really handy little tool. So if you didn't know about that one yet, now you do. I love it. It just for these sort of prototype things, this is really cool. All right. All right. So that needs to be world planner, and we're gonna have to figure out the size of that thing. I'm just gambling here. I don't know if that's correct. It might need to be 0.5. I'm not even sure if I put any numbers on that. But let's go and save this in our assets folder. So this is going to be called white grid. There we go. And that now means that I can go and copy this. And I think I can just do this and then paste. There we go. Now we have nice white tiles. Yay! Sweet. Okay, now. Okie do, okie do. That'll do for now. I think this room is going to be too small for the bridge, by the way. But hey, it's just to have something to stand in here. All right. So I just want to create something for the window here. So in this case, I'm just going to create just one scene for that. I don't think that needs to be in its own thing. Actually, can I just, I do want to call that window tile. Boom. Maybe we will actually do that. Spatial. We can move that in there. Boom. Again, this is all placeholder, so it doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to be something that we can have as a stand-in here. Okay, so let's load a script in again. Now I think one of the things that we're going to do here, we're just going to do every mesh, and we're going to assign our material. And I think just to be safe is I had it a minute ago and I can't remember what it is. Is in tree? Inside tree. That's the one that I was looking for. Just to be safe. Okay. So, and I want to do that because here we're going to end up with two of these guys. There we go. So we're going to do the same thing here. But I want to make that 2.5, that 0.1. That looks way too small, so I'm going to make that 0.5. There we go. All right. There we go. And this one the other way. Oh, and we need to move them outwards. I think that was, let's see, wall item. How did we place this guy? 1. All right. So we'll do the same here. 1. And here too. 1. There we go. Cool. There we are. Rotate it 90 degrees. Move it over here. Have a look at why it looks weird. Not positioned the way that I... Oh, because 0.5 is going to be halved. So I need to do 0.25. Okay, that's fine. So this needs to be 7.5. And this guy needs to be 7.5. Okay. So now that nicely fits. Let's move this to the side. Boom. Load. My white grid. There we go. 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 And what I want to do in here is, again, just placeholder stuff. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to do the same little trick. No, this one actually needs to be properly aligned or else it's not going to be right. Cube mesh, there we go. So this one needs to be 3 to fit. Is it the Z? No, the Z is the other one. So this is going to be 0.1, but this one is going to be, how many things did we do? 5. It's 2 meters, which is 10 meters. 5. Oh yeah, this is actually size, so 10 meters. Boom. There we go. Fills the gap. And we're going to create a new material here. And this guy is going to be transparent. And we're simply going to give that some sort of color. Boom. Just so that we have something there. Boom. Okay. So that's going to be our view to the outside world. And, you know, maybe we'll eventually move that up some, or, you know, make the bottom higher than the top. That does make sense. But I just want to have this viewport on the bridge, that the bridge looks out. And, you know, we might eventually put, you know, take the model of the carrier that we have and just take the top deck and make that visible there, just to have something funky to look at out of the window. Do you need VR equipment to produce VR stuff? Kind of handy, I think. Godot does have this native mobile plugin that actually does also work on desktop, even though it doesn't have any tracking on desktop. But it's a very simple side-by-side rendering solution to demo things on a mobile phone. But you could use that just to see if things work and to have all the setup there. If I remember correctly, there's someone who's actually written an OpenVR driver that fakes a headset, so that you can actually create an OpenVR game, and it just, you know, on a second screen you just show the output and you control everything with mouse and keyboard, and you can mimic a VR headset that way. So you could get pretty far with at least building stuff if you want to go down that route. But I don't think you really will get a game that that gives a proper experience unless you actually have some VR hardware to work with. All right. Let's also create a roof. That's not a node called roof. And I'm actually going to abuse my floor tiles here. So we're going to say floor tile. And I'm just going to use my white grid here as well, just to create our roof. Let's just put that over there. There has to be a quicker way to build these things. But there we go, we got a roof. However, we're going to hide that guy because else we can't work. That does mean we're going to put a script here. I'm calling that room because I want to reuse that script on multiple places, because I want to do the same thing in multiple places. So we're going to make sure that the other rooms all have a roof as well. So there's a bit of duct typing for you. If we don't add the roof, then it's not going to work. But that will unhide it when we start our game. So in theory, actually, when we start our game, we should have a really ugly room that we start in, because I think our starting point is in the center. There we go. Now, we don't have any lighting in here, so it looks horrible. But it's just so that we have something that we're starting with. Now, the other thing is, I am looking the wrong way at the start. So I don't know if that is because I'm not centered right now. I actually want to make sure that we're going to be looking outside when we start in here. And that's fine. That's where our spawn point comes in. And we're going to add 1 or 2 lights in here just so that we actually have, you know, visibility. Again, it doesn't matter much because we don't actually have anything in our bridge. It's just an empty square room. But, you know, like I said, it's our starting point. This is going to take a few episodes before we actually have something worth looking at. But again, the whole point here is we just need placeholders to get our architecture together, link everything up, make sure that we can move around. And we're already an hour before it's 12. So let's keep cracking at it. So All right. Now in our test scene, that's our remote test. Those are our enemies. Oh yeah, this was our plane, and then we have our planet. Oh, that's a planet. Okay, that's that. Okay, that's not, I'm just trying to remember again. Set player path, do play node, get path. Right. Right. Head position. That's right. And that is a remote transform, which we then need to assign. Okay, so that's something. Sorry, I got to think for a minute. How are we going to do this? I think one of the other things that I need to solve in this that I haven't really thought about yet is because we got some of the doors behind us that we want to be able to go to. We are now assuming that the player will be looking out around 360 degrees. That might be something that we need to solve. Maybe by better placing where our rooms are so that they're always sort of in a 180 degree cone. Well, I will think about that one. That might be a fault in the design here. But we do want a node. I think that's going to be a switch in here. So we're going to have all these rooms. Each room is going to have a remote transform where our head is going to be at. So let's start with creating that in here. We should actually have created a base class for this, I guess. Transform. This is going to be head position. And we're gonna, oops, not translate. We're gonna rotate at 90 degrees. That might be 90 degrees the wrong way. We will see. And in here, that's our base world. Okay, so we need to get a new extended script here. Create. There we go. Boom. Boom. So that's going to be the node to our current room, which is currently null. We don't have a current room. Func change room. New room. There we go. If current room. Then what we're going to do is current room. Okay, so that needs to be in our base world. So we got our init, new play node, reset. Okay, that's that. Where is our testing? Here you go. That's an init world where we're setting our. Okay, cool. We need that. Hello, hello. What did we call that one? Because actually, that's something that I want to change you to. Then you can just call that player node because that is now set. So I actually want to do that here too to make clear we actually have a local variable. So we are going to go in our start scene. We're going to go do that too. But instead of calling that, we are going to call change room to bridge. Oops. Dover bridge. Okay. Actually, I want to make sure that I'm here so I can see what we're doing. in ready. Before we do anything, oh, let's actually do this first. So in our room, where's our room? I want to go. Oh, what did I? That was what I was looking at for the other one. Set play path. Okay. Func set player path. That's it. That needs to be an null path. Null path, and that's therefore going to become. And again, this is where it kind of gets important that we probably get a a scene, a base scene here that we're going to extend so that we know that we've got those entry points. Maybe I should just create that already. It's probably a good idea. Let's finish this first though. Head position dot remote path is path. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. That's all fine. So actually I want to do that first. So we're going to create a new scene. It's going to be a 3D scene. We're going to call that room. Let's save this into rooms. Save. Load rooms. We're gonna put our room in there. Remote transform is going to be our head position. And now we're gonna go and add in a, what's it called? Always forget. It is called spatial. How can I forget that? Room. No, roof. That's the one that we want to hide. We're gonna hide that by default. We're gonna make that visible there. Cool. Save that guy. So we're gonna go back to the bridge. I actually want to close the bridge. That was too quick because I need to fix something in the bridge first. So let's go in the bridge. I'm going to call that 2, and I'm going to call that one 2. Thanks you for coming. Save you. I need to close you. I need to close you. So now let's do that too. Everything's closed. That could be a problem. I'm going to go to this guy. Open up our projects. Which one is it? My games. There we go. All right. So that's actually handy to have because that's going to tell me exactly what it is that I need to add in. This is so much fun doing this manually. So one thing that I still think, this needs to become a feature in Godot. Because I haven't found a way to do this in the editor. So, scenes, start scene, rooms. So here's our bridge scene, perfect. Now, the first thing that we need to do in here, so where's our friend or foe? That's that one. So I'm going to go and copy that. And I'm going to put that in here. That's now going to become ID 7. It's now going to be scenes. Start scene. Rooms. Room. And this is going to be interesting because that's now already there. So we'll see if we can easily change that. That's fine. Okay. Now here's our name bridge, which is a spatial that now needs to change to, where are we? Here we go. Instance. So node name bridge, but that's no longer a type name spatial. That is now going to be a external resource, and we gave that ID 7. Let's see if we broke this. Oh, it's gonna be fun if we got that right in one go. So here's our bridge. Boom. Loaded. And we got a thing. So this is, oh, it might actually already be like that. So let's have a look. I've resaved it. So now you can see that our room GD script is gone because it's figured out that that is from the origin. So that's all good. I think that is a successful swap of our main. So now we can see that we have our head position node in here. It's giving a nice little, because the remote path must point to a valid spatial or spatial derived node to work. Well, we want to have that empty when we are not using it yet. Our roof is hidden by default, but our roof tiles are all over here. So obviously we want to select all those guys and then move them over to the new roof. Boom. And then delete our old roof. There we go. Bye bye roof. Now our floor, walls, and windows, I'm happy to keep the way that they are. And I actually don't care about this head position anymore. And what I'm going to do here is I'm actually just going to add a camera there so that we can see where we're pointing. And now I'm going to move that guy over there. I'm also going to move that guy a bit back. Maybe even a bit more. No, I'm actually okay that we're sending over here. So eventually we can have some stuff in here just to dress this all up. We'll see. The reason I wanted the camera is just so that we can see what direction the camera is going to be looking at, so that our okay, we did that wrong, didn't we? I moved the camera. Well, we now know which way around that goes. So that's going to be 90. No, why is that? That's not rotated. Oh, we didn't press enter. Okay. There we go. So that's going to be 90. Don't do that. That's going to be 2. There we go. That's positioned. All right. So that's going to become our starting position of our camera. So let's go and finish that code. So here we're just passing that through. Our real code is going to be over here. If we have a current room, we're going to call our okay, let's make our lives a little bit easier. Room, there we go. Because again, here is where, you know, defining a class name becomes handy, because we can have our autocomplete work, but it kind of breaks what we're doing. Because it kind of means that our auto types need to be set as well. But I think in this case, the way that we're doing it, it'll work. We will see. So here we can now classify that as room, and we can classify this as room, which now means that our set player path should be in here. So we're going to reset our player path, and then we're going to say visible is false. So we're going to hide the room that we're currently in. Perfect. Okay, can we not get a... Okay, so node path. Just add in a blank node path. Fine by me. All right. Current room is new room. If we now have a current room, we're going to say current room dot set player path is going to be player node dot path. Boom. And that's going to make sure that our head is going to be linked to our remote transform in our room. And now obviously we want to have current room dot visible is true. Boom. Then in here, again, we don't even got this guy loaded. Okay, it's handier to see things with this in a separate tab, but it's also takes a little getting used to. It's our bridge. What are we in then? Oh, we are in a bridge. So I can't see what I'm doing. All right, cool. No, I didn't want to be in our bridge. I wanted to be in our start scene. That's the one that was missing. Okay. Okay, so that's all. So we're going to assume that we're only going to have those nodes in there. So what I want to do here is for room in get children. Oops, children. Room dot visible is false. There we go. So we're gonna on ready. That's gonna actually be called before init world gets called. So on our ready, we're going to hide all our rooms. Then we go into init world. We're going to call it change room, which makes that visible. And there you go. So one of the things that we probably do need to do in here is going from our current room to our next room is do fade out and do fade in if we fade it out. So we're going to go and add that in later. Because now if we would change rooms, we would just do it straight away. All right. So let's see, in theory, if we now run it. Let's go get you. We should be in a room looking the right side. Boom. No, we're not. Path. Non-existent function path in base area origin player. All right. So that thing is called get path. Sorry. Ooh, almost plugged out my headset there. There we go. We are now inside this guy. Interestingly enough, a few things stopped working. We still don't have our roof. No, we do have a roof. It's just very dark. But we also have the wrong skyscape all of a sudden. So we did something to stop the skyscape from working. Let's find out what it is. But everything else is working so far. Looks like it, at least. So we have our init world. Init world bridge. Okay. Test scene. That's all that we're doing in our test scene. We do extend base world. Extend space world. So that's also fine. It's all working the way that I expected to. Oh, hold on. Because we did all that swappy around stuff, we lost our default environment. Look at that. So, or we're back at our default environment, I should say. Let's see if we're in the right skybox again, which should mean that everything is nice and dark and everything again. There we go. Perfect. Okie dokie. Perfect. That's what we want. Sweet. All right. All right. Let's just throw some lights in. Okay. I'm just going to use Omni lights for now. Let's go. Put you somewhere over here. I think these guys need to be a little lower or we're going to get into trouble. So we'll just place them slightly down. Maybe a little bit more like this. Maybe make it a bit more range. That's maybe a bit too much range. There we go. Because I want two of these guys. Just to get a bit of play with the lighting. There we go. So you're going to go over here. Now remember that our scene is actually darker than what we're seeing right now. So yeah. So obviously, you know, we'll eventually have some real light objects in here. Now it's just to get rid of the darkness that we were seeing. And I just want to have a look at how that looks. There we go. Now we can actually see the inside of our really small bridge. It's actually a way too tiny bridge. But for now, that will do. All right. And that really is as far as I want to go with just setting up the bridge environment. What I now want to do is do something about these doors. And we're going to create some stoppers there. Now, when we look at this door, we actually do want to see something that looks like the briefing room, because we really want to have, when that door opens, we actually want to look at that. That reminds me. Yeah. Let me think. What's the best way to do that? Controller needs to be a main. Is it a main? Player, area, camera, boom, player, there we go. Area, camera, cool, da-da-da-da. Raycast. We need a raycast, boom. Pointing straight out of the camera, which is not because it's pointing down. 0. You need to be enabled. I'm just going to put you down for a minute there because I need to check the direction. That's the wrong direction. Oh, okay. You should be able to collide with areas as well. All right. We're not going to worry about that. We're not going to worry about that. We're not going to worry about that. So the idea here is that we have a raycast that's always pointing straight forward from where we're looking, and we can therefore always check what our raycast is hitting, which means that we know what we're looking straight at. And we can start using that to make things happen around us. Now, raycasts, if I remember correctly, do not cause collisions. So we're going to have to implement something for that. So we're going to have to do something in our player script to remember what we're colliding with. And then when that changes, we send a, hey, signal to that thing. I'm now colliding with you. And excuse me. It's going to be a signal or something else. We will have a thought about that once we start back. So the first thing that I want to do now to sort of make that work, because again, what we're going to be doing is two things. One is if we're looking at something that we need to be able to interact with, it needs to do something. So the first one that we're going to make something do is that when I'm looking at a door, we're going to open the door. And when we stop looking at the door, we're going to close the door. The second thing is that because we're looking at that thing, we should be able to interact with it. So we should be able to react on a button click. Okay. Because of that, let's have a look at our project settings. And let's have a look at our physics logic. Physics. Projectiles. I am going to go and... actually, no. I'm going to call that player raycast. So we're going to put that layer there so that we are only going to interact with objects that are on that layer. So we're not going to hit our raycast against our enemy ships or anything like that. Purely the things that we are identifying as this is on the player raycast. Collision layer is what our raycast is going to be reacting to, which is also why we then need to turn on that over there. Did we not save that? Or was that just not updated yet? That was just not updated. Maybe I need to do that. There we go, player raycast. Just wanted to make sure that that name came in. All right. So on our script here, in our process, we are going to create a variable here. So let me think. What is safe here? Because the problem that I'm having is I want to know when our raycast stops hitting something. And for that, we need to remember... Sorry, I just need to straighten something here. For that, I need to remember what the object was that we're currently looking at, because we don't have a leave and enter on our raycast. Now, the problem is that when we change our scene, if we're looking at an object and we're changing our scene, and therefore we're no longer looking at our object, we could get into trouble with that. So we really need a state here on our player that when we are changing us, and this does not matter when we're inside of our start scene. This matters when we are when we're actually changing our scene in main. So in this guy. All right. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to create here I'm going to put an extern raycast enabled. Really? Var raycast enabled. Actually, let's start with that guy being false. Set get set raycast enabled func set raycast enabled new value bool raycast export new value. So that's what we're going to start with. Okay. So obviously that's you. Yeah. Raycast dot enabled is raycast enabled. There we go. Oops. That's good, Bass. Let's do it like this. That's a good enough check to make sure. Actually, that's, you know what? I'm gonna use my is inside tree here as well. I think that works a little bit better. Which means that in our ready, we of course are gonna do this as well. It should be disabled by default when we come in here first. But why is my camera all of a sudden so? Am I sitting further back than when I started? I remember being closer to my camera. Okay. Raycast. Oops, raycast enabled. So that should always be false, but you know, better safe than sorry. Then what we want to do here is var raycast on objects is null. Actually, we're going to call that on node is null. So we're going to say, hey, if we're on something, we're going to remember what it is. All good. All right, and that is as far as we're going to go for now. Oh, no, one more thing that we're going to do is if raycast, if not raycast enabled, we're just going to turn this back to null. So we're going to clear that. We're not going to send that object, hey, we're going to leave you. At this point in time, we're assuming we're scene changing. So we don't really care what we're looking at anymore because that's going to disappear now. We just clear it out. All right. Oogie. So in our main scene now, we're going over here. So we're about to exit the world. That's cool. So we're going to make that invisible. I think I'm actually going to make it part of here. So this is going to be main. This is going to be player dot raycast. Hold on, why is it not showing me that? Layer export var raycast enabled. Raycast enabled is there. Oh, now all of a sudden it figures it out. Raycast enabled is false. So that's going to clear it out. Make sure we're no longer going to do any raycast stuff. And then here at the end, we've loaded our new world. We're going to go here, all the way at the end here. We're going to re-enable our raycast. So now, when we're inside of the scene, our raycast is enabled. When we're not inside of the scene, our raycast is disabled. Raycast only works on one physics layer, so it should be checking very few things. Cool. I think that'll do what it needs to do. So let's just create something here that we can test that with. Okay, no. So let's go and edit an area. go. I'm just thinking about what I should call this, because I actually want to make this our little base class, that any object that we inherit from this will have our base logic. Now, one of the things that we have, but I'll need to go back to our file system, is in our XR tools, we have our viewport 2D and 3D, which is where we're showing a 2D a 2D UI on a viewport. And one of the things that I've done here, look at that, that's actually still an old one, which is interesting. I need to update the XR tools in this this thing. I think I'm using an old XR tools here. Anyway, the point is that this guy works with our, where are you? Where are you? With our pointer function. So when we look at our pointer version, yeah, this is definitely an older version. In our pointer function, I'm actually also using a raycast, but linked to our controller. And I've got logic in here where if the raycast is colliding with something, I'm sending either a signal that we can link, or when we're duck typing, we're calling the pointer pressed and pointer released functions in here. We got our pointer moved when we're on there. We got our pointer exited and pointer entered. Sweet. All right. Oh, look, there we have our instance valid. So I could have done that as well to check if our pointer was still valid. That's all right. I am wondering if I should recreate this or if we're going to implement our own version of this. But what I do want is I want to reuse those functions, because that will mean that we can use our solution with our viewport 2D, 3D. The reason why I'm thinking of not reusing the function pointer is because that is designed to be paired to a controller. And in this case, we are not doing that. Now, one of the things that we really can do as a start is just copy this and just implement from there. So obviously we also need to do our button press logic. But yeah, let's just start it. So obviously I'm going to use our raycast and node instead of target. But it's going to be in our process. So here we have an extra press for reset position. That's cool. Our debug we're going to leave the way that it is. Boom, 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 boom. Can't even remember what that does. No. Awesome. Oh yeah, that was the debug thingy. That was for our look at function. I think it was what we did. Anyway, so if raycast enabled, we only want to run this logic if our raycast is enabled. Bum, 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 bum. Let's just leave that in there. And laser raycast. So this needs to be a different. I'm in the wrong place here. Player, player, player. Here we go. Just want to make sure that I'm in the right scene so that we can see what our thing is. So this is going to be AR VR camera raycast. Okay. Well, I kept the name there the same, so we're just going to go and copy this and copy this. All good. All right, sweet. So instead of target, we're going to be calling a raycast on node. Raycast on node. I'm going to take this out. I'm going to do you. Bum, 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 bum. That one's going to go. Bum, bum. Last collided at. Let's add that in. There we go. Needs to just have one. Let's just call that last node. Okay. Whoops. There we go. So we got a collided at, new at. If we change that, enter new, so that's our new target. No, we're not going to do it like this. There we go. Okay, why? I remember this. Now I get why I do it that way. Okay, we need to rename a few things. Sorry about that. Whenever I press the button, I'm actually setting my target to whatever I'm pressing the button on. So that while I hold my button, I'm always interacting with the object that the pointer was at when I pressed the button down. And when I have my button released, that's when we are doing the other stuff. Okay, so okay. I'm going to rename that guy to button node. This one's going to be last node, so this guy is going to be no. Let's go and put some comments on there. So this is going to be the button raycast button. The node raycast pointed at when we pressed our button. The last node we hovered over. The location at which we collided. Okay. Button node, last node. Okay, so you're gonna be button node, button node, button node. So I purely want to send pointer move to that one. Now, obviously, are we pointing to a new target? Button node, last node. No, hold on. This is new target. Yeah. So that's logic. Now I remember why I did it this way. So this logic is only executed when we're holding down a button. So that's going to be our trigger on our joystick or our mouse button. We're going to actually have that react to a few things. So here we're going to remove the last node. Here we're going to do our new target. And then at the end, we're going to say our last node is R. And actually, I want to rename this guy to new node. Boom. Last node. Whoops. New. What the? Where did that is sign all of a sudden come from? How did I copy that wrong? Here we go. Boom. 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 Okay. So here we're gonna say, okay, pointer exited, pointer entered. Pointer moved. So again, we're not gonna do you. We're only gonna do you. And that's gonna be new node. Cool. Now I'm sort of wondering. If we change the node, should we be doing this? Then again, we're not giving the move location on our pointer exited, pointer entered. I'm gonna leave that the way that it is for now. That's fine. And here we're saying a last node. So how did you get here? If the raycast is enabled and we're colliding, Now in this case, if we are no longer enabled, we're already clearing that, so that's fine. And this should only be called if we're exiting, which is the whole reason why that is called like that. Sweet. I think that should do our whole enter and exit logic. Coolio. So we don't have a button press logic yet. That's going to come next. But for now, we have that. All right. And that should also mean that it should now work with our viewport 3D as well. And that's going to be really important because we're going to use that in some of these scenes to bring up like menus and stuff like that. All right, let's see if we can make this do something. So for now, I just want to have a test object here. I'm just going to call this interaction. Why not? Boom. Here's our area called interaction. Do I want to have that? Yes, yeah, I do want to have that. So we're going to save this guy. I'm going to actually put that in here because this is going to become a base class for this. And that needs a script. Boom. That needs a collision shape. We always have a collision shape here. But we're not going to define the shape itself because that is something that will come later. So. Yeah, so there's nothing there. Cool. If true, the collision object shapes will respond to raycast, which is what we want. So the thing is, the ray pickable, you would assume that we might be able to get signals from a ray. Which is the whole thing that we just built. So I really wonder about that. Anyway, I don't think there are signals for that. So we don't care about any of this. This is just a detection mechanism. All right. And this is really just going to become direction. This is just becoming a helper entry point sort of thing where we can overrule everything, but we just want to record what we have as entry points so that we can react to it. So I can do it for now like this. Ooh, it's getting late. Let's see if we can at least. I want to get to the point where we can at least open doors. and I think that's where we're going to call it a night. And then, you know, we got a whole bunch of more rooms to build. But we'll start with it. So here's our pointer moved, which has a from to interaction. So this is going to become moved from vector 3, 3, 2. I hope that those are not reserved words. And we're just going to call pass on that, because we will be implementing those in our extended classes. All right. What's the next one? I'm going to start with entered. I want exited and entered in the opposite order. Entered. Pass. And these guys won't do anything more. Okay. Now, we're going to be doing the button handling in a minute as well, where we're then going to have a button up and a button down. But for now, these are all that we're going to be doing here. All right, cool. All right. Now, the other thing which is really interesting we'll deal with that. I'm thinking if you accidentally press it down and you look away from it and let go, you might want to cancel. And right now, because we capture the movement, that doesn't work. But we'll figure that one out later. Okay, pointer moved, pointer entered, pointer exited. We have those placeholders. I do not care about you. And that is all that our... Oh, no, that's not all that our standard thing is going to do. Because we can make sure that our area is always on that, because that's what we want to react to. And we do not care about the masks, because we do not track anything entering or exiting this area. It's purely for our thing here. All right. So the next thing that I want to do is I now want to create an inherit scene from this, and that's going to just be called test interaction. And I'm more than happy... No, I don't want to put that here. I don't want to put it into... I'm going to put it in MISC. Test interaction. Just so that I have it out of the way, because we're probably going to delete this one at some point in time. All right. So this guy is going to have... I'm going to give this guy a sphere shape. I am happy with the default size of that. We're going to add a mesh instance here. And we're just going to add a sphere. Again, this is just for testing to see if it works. So there's a sphere. And we need to go and extend our script here. That wasn't what I had in mind. That one. Extend script. Cool. All right. I just want to override those two. And on our pointer entered, scale, we're just going to make this guy a bit bigger. And on our pointer exited, we're going to return it back to 0. There we go. Now I'm going to go to our bridge. And we're going to actually load in our test interaction. And we're going to remove this guy. It's a nicely big sphere, but that's fine. It's just for testing. Just to see if this thing works. I'm going to move you forward a bit. No, I want to move you there a bit. There we go. Let's go and have a look and see if we can actually make this thing react. Any nice VR headset to get you started? Is the Quest any good? I love the Quest. I think it is a really brilliant device. What I really like about the Quest is that as a consumer device, it's a really great little thing to play around with. It's good. It's well priced, but you can hook it up to your computer, to the link cable, and use it as a desktop VR headset. I haven't played around with that myself too much, but I've heard very good things about it. And the reason why I haven't played around with it is because I haven't got a Rift S. And purely for development, I prefer the Rift S to develop. And I think the Rift S is slightly cheaper than the Quest. So so if you're not really interested in just playing games, buying games and playing games, you're purely interested for development, the Rift S is probably good bang for your buck. If you really want to go on a budget, try and find one of the Microsoft MR headsets, like an Acer MR or Lenovo MR. You can very often get them quite cheap. The only thing that I don't like about the Microsoft headsets is the controllers they're the worst of the bunch. They're good enough to build things, but they don't compare to touch controllers or the Knuckles. They're just what they are. They're functional. And Steph, good morning, evening, night for me. All right, so here is our thing. And as you can see, when I'm looking at it, it grows big. And when I look away from it, it goes small. When I look at it, it goes big. Go away from it, it's small. And that's all just a raycast. If I look at it and my raycast intersects with it, it becomes big. Move away, it becomes small. Big, small, big, small. Cool. So that is our little test globe to see whether we can interact with something. And that's what we're going to be using for our doors. So let's go and create a door. And once we've created our door, we're going to go and duplicate it in a few places. And obviously, when you click on the door, we're gonna make it do something. Although that might be next stream because I need to have another room to go to. I think we're just gonna sort of, finish the placeholder stuff in here so that we have something. Okay, now the door is 2 cells wide, so that's 4 meters. So let's start with just creating a spatial, and we call that door. And then we're gonna go save branch as scene, start scene, rooms, components, door. There we go. That's our door. And we create. Actually, no, that is wrong. I'm gonna delete that. And we're gonna delete our door scene that we just created because we need to extend that from our area. Bye door. No more door. Let's try that again. New inherited scene. Interaction. I'm gonna call you a good door. Start scene, rooms, components, door. There we go. I don't need you anymore. I don't need you anymore. I really need to clean up a little bit. I don't want that anymore. I actually don't want you anymore. Might need the other ones. And I might, can I move that? Why do I want to go? Bridge. All right, so door. There's a door. All right. Let's start just with the meshes that we need. So I'm gonna call you left door, and cube mesh. So the height is 4 in this case. Let me actually have a look at one of our walls. 241. Okay, 240.1. So that's going to be basically the same size as one of our you call them one of our walls. All right, cool. Alrighty. But in this case, I think we're going to fix the material in place instead of, oops. What? Not skin. Material. Because one of the things that we need to be careful of is that we, for instance, also don't do world planner here, because else we would have our texture move as our door moves. That's not good. So here I'm gonna use our blue, but I'm not gonna use our blue material. I'm just going to go and use our PNG directly. I am gonna make it tri-planar, but I'm going to make it tri-planar that's just on the door itself. That is nicely 2x4, so the sizing seems to be okay. I'm gonna move, not like that. I need to actually go back, transform, move it on the X. Now I want to check if that's left or that's right, because I don't know what we're gonna decide is left and what is right. So on our bridge here, I would call that a left door. I do want that over there because we're also going to put it back a bit. Now, interestingly enough, can I move it one more? That's going to go too far as well. Okay. So we need to decide whether we want to actually not put it on our grid, or whether we're going to, I think we're going to do that with the doors itself. So this guy is actually going to go like that. And now I want to have my right door. And that one I'm just going to place like this. So those are my two doors. Boom. There we go. We got our two doors. Now we also want those doors to be a little bit like this. There we go. And we have some ugly doors in our scene. Perfect. All right. I'm going to make a really quick little frame around our doors, just to make them not blend in too much with the surrounding. But again, this is just just to get the functionality in there. And at some point, hopefully a modeler will make some nice doors for me. Now the other thing I suddenly realized is this needs to be thinner, because else it's going to overlap with the doors when we open it. So I definitely want these guys to be a bit thinner. Now remember, we copied it, so that mesh is used for both doors. So they should both be thinner now. Create another mesh instance. This is going to come frame 01, and then we're going to make that our upper frame. There we go. We got a cube. We move that one back. It's cool. Where are we with the size? So this one needs to be 4. I'm actually going to make that 4.1. 0.1, 0.1. There we go. Nice little beam. All right. And then our positioning. Like this, like this. Boom. All right. Now that's looking too high, but remember our ceiling is going to be cutting it off, and it's going to nicely sit flush with our ceiling. Now I'm not duplicating this one, but creating a new one. And I'm doing that because the sizing of this is going to be different. Cube mesh. So this guy is now going to be 4 high, but I actually want to do it again 4.1. And then, come on, 0.1, 0.1. And that's going to also move 1 back. But it's going to move there. Now the big question that I have is this going to be a nice corner? Yes, it is. Perfect. And then our frame 3 is going to be exactly the same as that, but it's going to be on the other side of a door. Boom. There we go. So now we have a nice little thing around it. Okay, I need to make them slightly thicker. Because now they're the same thickness as the wall. And that's ugly. So, let's give them just a little bit more. There we go. That means I want this one also slightly more. And that should automatically apply to both frames because that's a duplicate. And that means we have that slightly standing out. But again, our roof is gonna cut that off, which is cool. I'm actually wondering if I should move that down so that it is flush with the top, which would mean that I do want this one to be 4, which means that both of them are now the height 4. I was expecting that to fall off the top, but that is probably because yeah, it is. So this one should now be 3.85. Oh, no, 1.85. I think that needs to be half more. So that's actually 7.5 more. So that becomes 925. And now it's flush with the top. Okay. So even though it would have worked because of the top there, I've made that come down. Now, interestingly enough, that does, okay, that overlap doesn't work. Now that's easily fixed because we just make this exactly 4. And now if we, because again, we can go and simply test that. In here, if we move it back more, yeah, there we go. Oops. Now on the bridge. So I don't care about that, but I do care about that. So we actually need to make it slightly smaller. That's fine. We're becoming a carpenter here. So that's the top one. So that should then become 3.85. This time it is 8.5, I think. I actually want to put my snap off. Yeah, see, that now fits nicely in there. Okay, snap back on. And now we should have no more overlap in this. We do have overlap here, but we're never going to see it from that angle. So that is fine. Cool. All right. I'm wondering if I should apply a texture to our frame, but I'm actually kind of happy that I do actually want to put a material now. I'm going to make a nice shiny material just for fun. So I want that to be nicely metallic and turn the roughness down a bit. There we go. That's cool. And then I'm going to say copy and paste. There we go. Bridge. Makes it a nice look, shiny looking material, like it's like a metal frame. All right, but now for the really cool thing is we need a script. Extend script. Create. Let's go. Door. Cool. And we don't care about ready. Var is open. Var yeah, the material maker is cool. I love that thing. I actually need to start using it. Can probably make some cool things for this. All right. Is open, is false. No, I'll go offset. It's 0. Okay. So, we're going to go and copy these two. Oh, and before we go any further, there's one more thing that I need to do. Set up a collision shape. So this is an extend, so it's 2 by 2, and then this one we really don't care. One. So now we have a collision shape nicely over our door, so that we actually can see that we are hitting it. Okay, so when we enter, we want to set is open to true, and we set our process to true. All right. On exited, we set our is open to false, and we also set our process to true. Process. And in our process, we're simply going to say if is open, if offset bigger than 0, offset is clamp offset minus delta, no, times delta, no, minus, yeah, minus delta, 0.0. Okay, no, that's the other way around. This is if it's smaller than 1, we want to add our delta. There we go. Because we're going to go all the way up to 1. Else, we are fully open. We are going to do set process false. We are done. So that means that on the previous process call, we opened our doors, we fully extended it, and we're going to do false. So that means that when we hit 1, we're still running our process logic. And that's going to be important in a second. But then once it's fully open, we stop. Now here we're closing. So here, as long as the offset is bigger than 0, we're going to take delta off. But once it hits 0, we are done. We're going to set process false. This isn't going to be called anymore. And here we can actually apply that. So what we're doing is actually moving these guys. Now, one thing that I think is better to do, and I need to do our little flip around trick again. I'm going to move that in there. I'm going to move that in there. I'm going to call this guy left door. And I'm going to call this mesh, which now has a translation of zeros. Do the same thing with the right door. Spatial. Move it over there. Move it over there. So our spatial is now positioned on our door, and our right door is zeros. So that's the trick that I'm doing here, so that I don't have to reposition everything. Boom. Okay. And now here we simply do left door mesh dot. No, I'm not going to do that's transform dot origin dot x. Right door is gonna minus offset. We might need to add a factor in, because I think they're only gonna go halfway open now. Oh, that was for the right door. The left door is actually plus offset. So yeah, so it's gonna take 1 second to open. We might need to add a factor to the delta that we add. We don't need to plus there. Excuse me. And we need to have a factor for how far they go open. There we go. Doors go open halfway, and when we stop looking at them, they close. When we look at the doors, they open. When we stop looking at the doors, they close. So that's going to give us a visual indication of whether we're looking at the doors. I actually kind of like that 1 second open time. That's kind of cool. But let's make that up. Export var time to open is, that's half that. So we need to go and divide our delta by time to open, which actually doubles it. And var max, no, actually that's not a var. That actually should probably be a constant, but max open 1.8. So we're not going to go all the way to 2, So that means we can just simply do dunk, dunk. Alrighty. Whoa, that's really fast. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. We need like a little whoosh sound when they go open, like a little Star Trek whoosh sound. But we've got this door opening and closing when we're looking at it. Now, obviously, we're going to look at an outer space, so we need a fake hallway behind it. But we now have that when we look at the door, they open, and when we stop looking at them, they close. And that is then the visual indicator for the player that, hey, if they press the button, we're going to go for the door. Now, obviously, something that we want is, you know, a label on the door. Where is this going? But hey, like I said, you know, starting point. We got to start somewhere. All right. Boom. So that was going to go to our meeting room, our briefing room. That was going to go to our brig. That one is door to cafeteria. Boom. Boom. And obviously it doesn't work right now, but hey, we just need to have a name there. Boom. Let's create another door, and that's going to be our door to our brig. And we're gonna go and move that. Boom. Okay. Go move you over here. There we go. Now door to our brig. Sweet. And then the last door that we need is the door to our briefing room. I love Snap. Makes life so easy. And there we got our room, our door to our briefing room, which will probably stick out a little bit on this side when it's fully open. Probably. No, it probably shouldn't. But it wouldn't matter because we can't see it anyway. So something that I want to do is I want to create. I think this eventually would be like a turbo lift because our bridge is high up and we would go down, and probably this is going to be some sort of turbo lift as well. So it might eventually make the doors look differently depending on what's behind it. So I think we would need a little turbo lift looking scene just behind there, so that we don't look into space. We actually look into that area. We're just gonna have a placeholder in a minute. But when we look at this door, we should actually see a simpler version of our meeting room. And again, you know, for now we're just gonna put a little room there. But once we actually have our meeting room design, we're going to make a version that doesn't have all the bells and whistles, just has some of the meshes in there. So that if we look through the door, we actually see the briefing room. We kind of have an idea of where it is that we're going. Now, one of the things that I wanted to double check is whether when we look at these different doors, that they actually react properly. I'm actually not going to put this on my head. I'm just going to turn it around. So that one opens. That one opens. That one opens. Okay, I better do wear it because I think I'm just aiming really weird. Yeah, this way I have much more control over what I'm doing. So yeah, all my doors open. My little ball still works. There we go. And again, you know, we can use this for lots of things, right? Anything that we need to be able to interact with just by looking at it, we now have our raycast doing that. So eventually with our 2D view, 3D viewport, we'll have access to menus that way. All right, so we're gonna make a little turbo lift. Well, we're gonna call it turbo lift, even though it's just gonna be a square room. All right, so let's go and oops. Nope. Save branch as scene, room components, turbo lift, bling. There we go. This just needs to be. This doesn't need to be anything special. It's just going to be part of our bridge room. So, floor, tile, load our green floor tile. There we go. So I think I want to make these 3 by 3. One over here, one over there. Okay. Sweet. Here I don't really care about grouping them at this point in time. So, maybe I should care about that actually, because it's gonna get real messy real quickly. Throw it in there. I keep trying to create the thing with the name that I want to create. It's really annoying. So here are walls. Boom. Wall. There we go. That's one. Boom. We'll keep our theme going with our white tiles. Bunk. Bunk. Let's see if we can do this in one go. That'll be very interesting. You can. Neato. That's pretty cool. I'm going to leave that side open. Actually, going to go and do this. So here we can see that maybe I didn't put the opening at the right side, but that's okay, because we can just turn it in position. There we go. And now this one I do want to have off kilter. Nope, that's the wrong way. There we go. So now when we look inside, we actually have our, well, what now passes for a turbo lift. But again, you know, it's just a placeholder, and eventually once we have a turbo lift, we just replace it, put it in there. There we go. We have a nice turbo lift, and they're gonna they're gonna appear everywhere that we want. So we need to get 2 of these. I also need to get this on a roof. Bonk. Boom. This is really weird. Why is it so weirdly centered? Because did I really? I thought I had nicely centered everything. Not that I mind. Do I? I might. Hang on a sec. What does it? Is it an optical illusion? No, it's not. Top view. That's now in the right place. How did I manage to do that? That does mean that I'm going to have to reposition everything else again, which is a bit annoying, but c'est la vie. All right, there you go. You go one more. This guy does need to be. Nope, that's the wrong way. There we go, nicely centered. Mouse, where are you? My computer does this from time to time. Just freezes for a second. Boom. All right, cool. Let's put a roof in, and then we have a turbo lift. Oh, wrong button. Roof. So same deal. We're going to abuse our floor tile. Wow, hey, that's fuzzy logic. Don't mind, because I did that wrong. Okay. Load. Same deal. White grid. Boom. Boom. All 3. Boom. All 3. Boom. Cool. So we've got our caps there, so that we don't look into space anymore. All right. So let's go and create our stubby meeting room over there. That's a good one. How are we going to do that one? I want that to be a round room, but again, we'll leave that up to whoever models the room for me when we actually going to make the room for real. For now, we're going to go exactly the same as we do with the other ones. I might even just duplicate. Actually, let's do that. I'm just going to duplicate my turbo lift room just as a placeholder, because that thing is going to be bigger. And again, I think actually our bridge needs to be quite a bit bigger as well. I think this bridge is way too small, but we'll deal with that once we're actually going to model a real bridge. For now, it's just we need a box. We need some stuff. So, file system, turbo lift, duplicates, and we're going to call that briefing room simple. Boom. All right. Let's go and do that. There we go. Let's close you. Let's close you. Let's go and did not. That's weird. I hope I didn't just name the wrong one. Briefing room. Oh, that is still the turbo lift. Close that one. Close that one. Boom. Briefing room. Rotate this guy. It's too far. 3. All right. So now when we open it up, we actually have a room that we look into. We're no longer looking into space. It's a boring room for now, but we have a room to look into. The point being that we've got some methodology to look at stuff. And obviously at some point we need to have a name there for where we're going to go, but that's all, you know, once we mold this stuff, we can make something work out of that. All right. So let's go and have a look at actually interacting on our button. Now, when we look at our project settings, in our input map, I already had a primary fire that gives us our button there. And what I actually want to do here is I also want to make our left mouse button as a backup of that. Because one of the things that I want to add in here at some point in time is the ability to do remapping of controls. Because you might have a different controller, and can't see why fire wouldn't be button 0, but let's say that you don't want button 0 to be fire, then you want to be able to change that. I still want that mouse to be a backup so that if somehow you screw up the mapping, you can always, at least with looking around and using your left mouse button, you can get out of trouble. Won't work while you're flying around trying to be, you know, dogfighting, but at least when you go back into the, the bridge system, the carrier system, where you can actually interact with menus, you actually have something to do. So that's cool. That also means that now for our raycast, so now we go back to our player scene, which I was dumb enough to close. There we go. We can now go and implement that action. So let's go and have a look at this. I'm just going to copy this for now, because I do want to have some of that. Player. So what we're going to be doing here is... Actually, hold on. Let's have one more look at this. Active. Yeah, we can nicely flip that around. So if raycast is enabled and we're colliding, then we know that we're doing stuff. You know what? I actually want to do all this first. So we're first going to handle whether we've changed what we're looking at. So now we know what we're looking at. Handle input. Here we're going to say if input dot is action just pressed, because we only want to react on this when we do it the first time. Then we are actually no. I probably need to where here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it like that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. If action just pressed and we actually are looking at something, we're going to say button load is last node. And here we're going to say if is instance valid button node and input is action. Here we're actually going to check if we're still holding it. Actually, that needs to clear, but we also need to call our clear. So there we go. Again, here we're just going to do some nice duck typing. If we have that, we're going to call it and we're going to go and do this. If has method pointer released, we're going to go and release it. Cool. All right. So let's add those prototypes in. Oops. At vector 3. There we go. And now let's have some fun with our test interaction. Did I put a material in this? I did not. Did I put a material here? I did not. Very good. So, export material. Clicked. Export material. Func ready. Mesh instance dot set material. Oh, surface. Not clicked. No. Thank you. That's going to be not clicked. Oh, what the hell? Where you come from? There you go. And clicked. All right. Spatial material. Boom. Okay. Oh. Oh, there we go. I clicked on the wrong one. Spatial material. Let's give this another color. Whatever. Green. Let's go have a look if it works. So we got that if it's big, we're looking at it. And now if we're clicking it, it goes red. But it's not reacting on the let go. Oh, because we got an error. Okay, what's it saying? Has methods on base nil. Oops. All right. Ah, might help if we first do that and then make it nil. All right, let's try it again. And it should also actually work with my mouse, right? So let's go and have a look if it works with my mouse. So bigger, smaller, bigger. Yeah, so when I hold my mouse, it changes. Sweet. All right, that's really cool. All right. Now I don't have my other room set up, and it's almost 1 already, so I'm not gonna go on much longer. So I'm not gonna make the doors work that we're changing over to where the next room is. That we will leave for. Well, hopefully I'm actually going to work on that during the week, because I really want to catch up a bit on some of this stuff, because also I'm just going to end up doing next stream exactly the same as I'm doing right now, and I think that would get a little bit repetitive. But I think just for a last thing here, just to sort of round off the sort of stuff that we're trying to build, to sort of show off the building blocks that we need, is I do want to go and put in a viewport 3D and see if our logic works with that or not. So we create a viewport 2D and 3D. There we go. And again, the layers, this is I think an older version of this, so the layers aren't very good. Let's go and move this guy out of the way a bit, and now we're going to create a new scene, but that's going to be a 2D scene. I'm going to call that UI. Actually, yeah, I'm going to call it UI. Now the problem is, I don't really think I care about that. Because the thing, of course, is that is going to be a certain size. You know what? We're going to go and say, we're going to go and add a color rect. Color rects. Okay, so this needs to be the same size as our viewport, because that's going to give us an idea. So let's say that we're going to make our viewport 800 by 500, just as to have just the size. Is that a good idea? No, we're going to go for 960 by 480. I think that That's good. All right. Now this guy, I want to make a transparent color, slightly greenish, just as a example. Okay. And I'm just going to call this thing test UI just to have something in here. Eventually, we're going to have a good reason to have panels that we can interact with in our environment. All right. So that means I also want to make this 960 by that. Now, the big question is this going to be too big or not? That looks pretty big. Now, we don't have a scene yet, so we don't see anything. So let's go into our components. Let's go and put our test UI in there. Now, I had hoped that would actually render something, but it doesn't. That is interesting. So we got transparent on, that's good. Okay. Just gonna open up my bridge a second time. You're gonna go close as well. Bridge. Okay, that's pretty weird. Because that is supposed to render that right away. Now I can already, oh, it is. It's just very hard to see. Okay, so let's go and now one of the things that I do need to improve with that test UI thing, I'm just going to make that a little bit more clearer. And this probably now does need to be reopened before that takes effect. There we go. So as you can see our thing in here. It's way too big. Now I do like that resolution because I do want that resolution to be what it is. But we're just going to make this half the size. There we go. That's a nice little UI. We're going to move that around. I actually want that slightly slanted. That's kind of fun. Maybe even slightly slanted like this. Let's go and put that a bit more in the corner like that. Maybe a bit more up. There we go. That's too far up. Transform. There we go. How's that for size? Is that gonna... Yeah, that's really good. Might be slightly too high still, but I kind of just want to have this... Yeah, it needs to be slightly lower. There we go. It's like a floating screen. That's the idea that I'm going for. Okay, so let's go and just put a button on here. And it's going to be really ugly because it's going to be a standard Godot button that totally doesn't fit with this theme. I do want a bigger font in here. Fonts. There we go. Oops. And let's just move that guy. I'm just going to move him over here. All right. On the script on here. Boom. And we're going to do something when we press that button. Let's just up a count. So write that function. We don't have it yet. Boom. Okay, there we go. Label. Fonts, we're going to use the same font here. Put you over here. Make it a bit bigger, just in case we get the text in there. All right. label.text is I forgot what we made it. Pressed plus counts plus times. Let's see if that will work. Now, one thing that probably would be a nice idea is, it's backwards. Is when we're looking at that thing, we actually need a cursor. So, I have to remember how I made that work, because the way that this is, which is really cool, if it works the way that's supposed to, is that our viewport will actually translate the actions that we send it to actually mouse events. So as far as this UI is concerned, we're moving a mouse around. So what I'm going to just do here is where are you? Let's just do a color rect for that. And I want that one to be smaller. Let's make it 10 by 10. And I call this guy cursor, just so that we can see where we're moving. I want it to be red. There we go. All right. Which also means that we need to capture input events. Boom. If event is that's in mouse motion, I think it is. And then cursor position position. Okay. So what I now want to do is make sure that this guy is turned around. So actually I want to go like this. Let's go and turn this guy all the way around like this. There we go. So now we should be looking at it the right way around. Now that isn't layer that, but is that the layer that I'm supposed to be looking at? I think so. All right. Let's see if our cursor actually works. All right. Yeah, look at that. We are actually moving the cursor around. Now, I was actually expecting that button to be... Oh, it is... Oh. It stopped working now. Why did it stop working? Huh. Oh, that's fine. I don't get why my fire isn't reacting to it. I think I'm actually reacting to... All right, let's have a look if that is something in here that is not working the way that I expected to. I actually need to go and look at this guy. So here's our pointer pressed at. That should be called. And our pointer released at. Pointer released, pointer pressed. Because it's that static body that we're interacting with. And we know that it's working because our pointer exited and pointer entered all work. Okay, what are we doing? So as you can see, what I'm doing here is when I get a pointer pressed, I'm actually sending a input event with the mouse pressed true, and when I release it, it's going to be mouse pressed false. And it's then sent to our viewport, which then sends it through to our our 2D scene as an actual mouse press event. Now, the thing that I think went wrong, why it got stuck, has got everything to do with the logic that we did here around capturing the mouse. All right. So I'm actually going to remove the just pressed here. And instead I'm going to say, and we don't have a button node. And we do have a last node. So that if for some reason we're sort of in between, and we don't actually catch the moment that the button goes down, which is possible, that we still get something. Now, let's also first check if our primary fire is actually working, because it doesn't seem to be. No, that works with that. So why doesn't that work with that? That works with the mouse, but not with that. So that's weird. So here we can see that it's stuck again all of a sudden. It's when I move my mouse for real, that is when it loses it. When it stops working. I wonder why. That doesn't really make sense to me. Is that because I'm not capturing my mouse? That's probably why. I think. How do we do that again? Okay, we got set mouse mode. Input mouse. Is it captured or hidden? No, hidden. I don't want to see my mouse when. So yeah, now I no longer see my mouse. But that also, oh yeah, now it works. This one. That still doesn't work. And I get stuck again. I wonder if it's some sort of focus issue. I don't get this. Okay. Let's at least see if we are getting these events. First. So let's just use the my primary fire. I should have a couple of them. And I do. 239, 225. Is that where my button is placed? Doesn't look like it. Although 108, 185, that would fit. No, it will fit. That will be inside of my my button. Now the button mask. Button release. Mouse left, mouse right. So it's doing on button release, not on button pressed. So let's go and make sure that our button release works. So I want to go and put this on release as well. Oh. That's not... That's a bug. Because that means that we're doing mouse down on one mouse and up on the other. And I think that as a result... Okay, so... I might have the wrong mask there. Press, release, press, release. Now we're getting them all. Oh, but we don't know if the mouse mask is right. So... I think maybe they need to both be 0. Input mouse, here we go. Button mask. No, left is 1, right is 2. Mask left 1, 2. Yeah, so 1 should be correct. I wonder actually why we're using a variable for that. Am I doing something more with mouse mask here that I'm storing that? Set it there. Set it there. Oh wait, pointer moved. Oh, that's because I just want to keep that and remember that, and that's why I wanted to put it back to 0 here. So let's actually move that here to 0. Because then when our mouse is up, oh, but we got our button. Okay, maybe this is correct. Maybe this is correct. Because that's just our mouse, but we have our button index here at 1. So that means that this should be 0. Okay. So we got our button index as 1, pressed as false. Our position, and then set button mask. Yeah, because I think that mask just lets us know which buttons are depressed. So I think that is actually the way that it should work. Well, beats me. We can see that we're getting the event, but it's not reacting to it. And I think that the reason why it reacts when I use my mouse is because it's capturing the global events, the events on the main screen, which is weird. Which is really, really weird. But that's all I can think of. That's what it's doing. What's VP set to? Many viewport is we get out of viewport. Oh, that's no path. Okay. That is indeed set, so that should work fine. That should be a local resource. There's a player script there. Reacting on our primary fire. I just want to have a look what happens. No. Because this is the thing that I don't get. We've proven that it works with our bowl. So I know that our primary fire comes through. We've seen that it logs in our log that we are actually getting the events. So we know the events are getting triggered. As far as I can see, the coordinates look like they would work. Yeah, because that's between 108 and to almost 300, so 209 it fits sort of right in there, even 214 as well, and 193 to 69, so that's going to be 152. Sorry, 252. The 239 fits in between there as well, so it should be acting on our mouse. Now bottom mask is left mouse. We're doing left mouse, so that's fine too. We could see if it works better on button press. So that's when it reacts when you're pressing down instead of releasing. No, still not. And again, if I move my mouse, then it stops working. That's the thing that I really don't get. All right, hold on. Viewports. Yeah, but that doesn't receive input events at all. I think that'll just completely break it. See, now we don't get any input events, so that's not it. So I was wondering if it's somehow is getting input events from the system. And the weird thing is, this works in with the pointer in VR. So I know that the approach works. So why it's not working with the button thing, that I don't care. That I don't get. I mean, is it maybe reacting on the wrong spot? No, looks fine. So you can see that it's sending the events. Okay. Just to rule out the most obvious thing, let's put that in here. And this one too. Doesn't make sense if that suddenly is not working, but I actually want to put this back on the release. Seeing if we get these ones. I'm clutching at straws now. I'll be honest with you guys. I do not get why this is behaving so weirdly. But if we can't figure it out in the next 5 minutes, I think we're just gonna have to sleep on it for a night. And hopefully it will come to us. So again, the moment that I move my mouse, things stop working. Don't know for how long. That still works, but that one stops. That still works, but that one absolutely stops. Oh, hold on. I think, because I see that the... So no longer getting the input events. I think it's because my mouse... I think my mouse is getting focus, and that's taking the input events. That's what I'm guessing. Because that suddenly becomes a mouse drag, I think. Hold on. So the position is on every mouse event. Input event mouse. Event. Let's take mouse motion out of there and let's just grab it from any event. Let's see if... No, still when I move my mouse, I stop getting input on my... It's so weird, this. I don't get this at all. Well, it's totally working on... Oh, hang on. What's the redraw? setting on this thing. Always, always. Have I added something that you can change it? No. So every frame we're redrawing it, so that's not it either. I was wondering if there's something causing it to not redraw. I don't think so. I think I'm gonna call it a night because I don't think I'm gonna solve this tonight. But it's got me stumped, that's for sure. So we can see that our events are coming in, and we are sending our events to our interface. But other than that, it doesn't make any sense. It looks like the position is right. It looks like the interaction is right, but at some point, it just stops. It stops reacting to those input events. Okay, handle image. Let's have a look on our viewport. Viewports. Handle input locally. So does that have anything to do with our problem? Let's see. Well, it is. It's getting it, but it's not updating at any sort of speed. Okay, what the heck is going on? So everything is working, but it's my remote. I want to have a look at, see if we can see anything here. Build scene, start scene, bridge, reports. There we go. It's all good. So here's actually our UI, all those guys. What's our always, always? Does that make any difference? I doubt it. It makes absolutely no sense. Okay. Turn it back on. So now that works directly, but beats me. But again, once I move my mouse, it stops working. And I still don't have any reaction on my button. On my joystick button. Oh, sorry. This is what I don't like about VR headsets. My glasses always get stuck. Well, I have no idea why when you turn handle input locally off, that it completely goes berserk. That makes no sense. No, it's a 2D view, so that's not going to do anything. Our clear mode is always, or update mode is always, so it should always be redrawing. Well, if anybody has any suggestions, move the real cursor position to your red cursor. What do you mean the real cursor? Is that the another property? You mean the global position? Yeah, we can try that. Where's my test UI? I think they're the same, because that's only if you have some sort of resolution scaling that makes a difference. And this is the other thing that's really weird, is that it changes color when I get into the corner. Okay. Is that some sort of focusing? Okay, that's good. Are we doing something wrong with this? New node, not equal to last node. Exit the old. Last node, pointer exited. New node, pointer entered. Boom. And if we move, if we change the position, we say pointer moved. And we don't implement enter and exit here, so I just stop sending mouse events there. Not sure if press is the right one, but let's just have a look if we actually get some events in here. Obviously, I don't know if the... Okay, so I want to click here first and click there. So I've got 2 clicks. So, click 1, press, release, release. Cool. Press, release, release. So we know that our events are getting into our UI over here. And that was with my controller button that my mouse isn't reacting to. This may not do anything, but I'm clutching at straws. Absolute clutching at straws. Oh. Yep. That, of course, happens when you change things. I still don't get why, if I put my cursor in the corner, does the color change to white? This again, when I move my mouse, it stops working. That just doesn't make any sense either. Although we can now see that we've got all the presses since then. My event stopped working. So now my mouse should not have anything to do with this anymore. Yeah, I moved my mouse, so I'm stuck now. Absolutely beats me. Could it have to do? Alright. Could it have to do with that the color rect is catching it? And that's why that's coloring over it. So let's see if this makes a difference. I just removed the mouse thing, so it's going to be interesting. Because I also keep forgetting that the this is of course breaking stuff right now. I think this might actually be it. I think this might have been a problem. I hope it is. No. Okay. Wait. Yeah, that has fixed itself. Okay. Crazy idea. Boom. Bye bye. I think I should put that one last. We'll put it back when we figure out what's going on. Label, cursor, da-da, da-da. Try again. If you first do not succeed, try and try again. Yeah. It's nothing to do with the color rect. And again, when I move my mouse, it stops working for a little while. Well, some of it stops working. All right. Let's put that guy back in. 960, 480. So this moves it underneath. Good enough. All right, guys. I'm sorry we couldn't figure out that last bit. I am totally confused by why that is not working here, because I've got the viewport 2D and 3D working in a number of other projects, but then using it with the function pointer thing, this guy. But that's doing basically the same thing. Plus that we have proven that we're getting these events, we're seeing them. That moving the mouse breaks it. Doesn't make any sense. Now, that might break in my other things as well. Simply because I've never tested it there. I'm always using the controllers. I'm never even close to my mouse. So maybe that is just a problem. That the moment that you move your mouse, you actually get mouse events, and they are still sent to our viewport as if those are events for the viewport, which is questionable. So yeah, not quite sure what's going on there. But what I really find interesting is that we see our input events coming in when we click our buttons, but they're not reacting to our actual button. That I don't get. That I really don't get. So, mystery. Hopefully I'll figure out what it is. But seeing that it is 1:30 a.m. and I really wanted to not go past the midnight point, I think we're going to end it there with this work. So, we have a really ugly looking bridge. You know, I can't stress it enough. This is just a stand-in, just a temporary thing, just to have a room. I'm gonna make ugly boxes for the other rooms as well, so that we can next stream we can start working on the logic to actually move from one room to the other, and then hopefully eventually end up in the hangar and fly off in a mission. And then hopefully in the not too distant future we'll start slowly replacing these ugly boxes with actual real assets. That obviously is the long-term goal. But for now, it is just placeholder stuff. We just need to have something in there so that we can test things. I hope I can figure out why this thing stopped working and what is going on with that. I really don't know at this point in time. It's weird. Again, we can see that all the events are working. I don't know. It's I'm obviously missing something obvious and something straightforward. But still, you know, regardless of the fact that it looks ugly as hell, functionally it's all working. We can actually select things. We are reacting to where we're looking at. We see doors open and close depending on where we're looking. So we're starting to get the basic ingredients to start making this work. Once we have the other rooms and we start navigating around, we can start interacting with more things. And we can start thinking about, you know, all sorts of fun things like player customization and stuff like that. Because obviously we want to do that and start thinking about NPCs. I have no idea yet how we're going to do that, because there's going to be some sort of story progression in this game. You know, you're going to be able to interact with your crewmates. Decisions might, you know, we have to record those somehow. They might have impact in actually executing the missions. When you then start flying, we do the mission and you come back and you will have new interactions. So we need to have a way to do that story progression. So that is, I think that's the next thing that we're going to be working on here, is finishing off this stand-in interior set so that we can change rooms and interact with things in the rooms, and get the interaction working that we can start missions. And then I think we're going to start thinking about how are we going to put story in here? How are we going to make that happen? How are we going to set those things up and deal with that? And honestly, I have no idea. I've never done this before. This is a learning experience. So I hope you guys will enjoy being on that journey with me. So yeah, I am going to leave it there tonight. And I hope I can see some of you guys again next Friday. So yeah. So okay, yeah. Thank you everyone, and good night. Until next time.